Section 1 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the inconstancy of our actions. Such as make it their business to oversee human actions do not find themselves in anything so much perplexed as to reconcile them and bring them into the world's eye with the same lustre and reputation. For they commonly so strangely contradict one another that it seems impossible they should proceed from one and the same person. We find the younger Marius one while a son of Mars, and another a son of Venus. Pope Boniface VIII entered, it is said, into his papacy like a fox, behaved himself in it like a lion, and died like a dog. And who could believe it to be the same Nero, the perfect image of all cruelty, who, having the sentence of a condemned man brought to him to sign, as was the custom, cried out, "Oh, that I had never been taught to write!" So much it went to his heart to condemn a man to death. All story is full of such examples, and every man is able to produce so many to himself, out of his own practice or observation, that I sometimes wonder to see men of understanding give themselves the trouble of sorting these pieces, considering that irresolution appears to me to be the most common and manifest vice of our nature. Witness the famous verse of the player Publius: "Malum consilium est, quod mutari non potest." 'Tis evil counsel that will admit no change. Publius Minimus, ex aulo Gelio, 17:4. There seems some reason in forming a judgment of a man from the most usual methods of his life, but, considering the natural instability of our manners and opinions, I have often thought even the best authors a little out in so obstinately endeavoring to make of us any constant and solid contexture. They choose a general air of a man, and according to that interpret all his actions, of which, if they cannot bend some to a uniformity with the rest, they are presently imputed to dissimulation. Augustus has escaped them, for there was in him so apparent, sudden, and continual variety of actions all the whole course of his life, that he has slipped away clear and undecided from the most daring critics. I can more hardly believe a man's constancy than any other virtue, and believe nothing sooner than the contrary. He that would judge of a man in detail and distinctly, bit by bit, would oftener be able to speak the truth. It is a hard matter, from all antiquity, to pick out a dozen men who have formed their lives to one certain and constant course, which is the principal design of wisdom. For to comprise it all in one word, says one of the ancients, and to contract all the rules of human life into one, it is to will and not to will, always one and the same thing. I will not vouchsafe, says he, to add, provided the will be just. For if it be not just, it is impossible it should always be one. I have indeed formerly learned that vice is nothing but irregularity and want of measure, and therefore 'tis impossible to fix constancy to it. 'Tis a saying of Demosthenes, that the beginning of all virtue is consultation and deliberation, the end and perfection, constancy. If we would resolve on any certain course by reason, we should pitch upon the best. but nobody has thought on it. Quod petit spernit, repetit quod nuper omissit, aestuat, et vitae disconvenit ordine toto. That which he sought he despises, and is inconsistent in the whole order of his life. Horace, Epistolae 1:98. Our ordinary practice is to follow the inclinations of our appetite, be it to the left or right, upwards or downwards, according as we are wafted by the breath of occasion. We never meditate what we would have till the instant we have a mind to have it, and change like that little creature which receives its color from what it is laid upon. What we but just now propose to ourselves we immediately alter, and presently return again to it. 'Tis nothing but shifting and inconsistency. Ducimer, ut nervis alienis mobile lignum. We are turned about like the top with the thong of others. The same one, Satires 2:782. We do not go, we are driven, like things that float, now leisurely, then with violence, according to the gentleness or rapidity of the current. Non evidemus, quid sibi quisque willit nescire, et quaerere semper commutare locum, quasi onus deponere possit? Do we not see them, uncertain what they want, and always asking for something new, as if they could get rid of the burden? Lucretius 3:1070. Every day a new whimsy, and our humors keep motion with the time. Tale sunt hominum mentes, quali pater ipse Jupiter auctificas lustravit lumine terras. Such are the minds of men, that they change as the light with which Father Jupiter himself has illumined the increasing earth. Cicero, Fragmenta Poetica, Book 10. We fluctuate betwixt various inclinations. We will nothing freely, nothing absolutely, nothing constantly. In any one who has prescribed and established determinate laws and rules in his head for his own conduct, we should perceive an equality of manners, an order, and an infallible relation of one thing or action to another shine through his whole life. Empedocles observed this discrepancy in the Agrigentines, that they gave themselves up to delights as if every day was their last, and built as if they had been to live forever. The judgment would not be hard to make, as is very evident in the younger Cato. He who therein has found one step, it will lead him to all the rest. 'Tis a harmony of very according sounds that cannot jar. But with us 'tis quite contrary. Every particular action requires a particular judgment. The surest way to steer, in my opinion, would be to take our measures from the nearest allied circumstances, without engaging in a longer inquisition, or without concluding any other consequence. I was told during the civil disorders of our poor kingdom that a maid, hard by the place where I then was, had thrown herself out of a window to avoid being forced by a common soldier who was quartered in the house. She was not killed by the fall, and therefore, repeating her attempt, would have cut her own throat, had she not been prevented. But having nevertheless wounded herself to some show of danger, she voluntarily confessed that the soldier had not as yet importuned her otherwise than by courtship, earnest solicitation, and presents, but that she was afraid that in the end he would have proceeded to violence. all of which she delivered with such a countenance and accent, and withal imbrued in her own blood, the highest testimony of her virtue, that she appeared another Lucretia. And yet I have since been very well assured that both before and after she was not so difficult a piece. And, according to my host's tale in Aristo, be as handsome a man and as worthy a gentleman as you will, do not conclude too much upon your mistress's inviolable chastity for having been repulsed. You do not know, but she may have a better stomach to your muleteer. Antigonus, having taken one of his soldiers into a great degree of favor and esteem for his valor, gave his physician strict charge to cure him of a long and inward disease, under which he had a great while languished, and observing that after his cure he went much more coldly to work than before, he asked him what had so altered and cowed him. "You yourself, sir," replied the other, "by having eased me of the pains that made me weary of my life." Lucullus's soldier, having been rifled by the enemy, performed upon them in revenge a brave exploit, by which, having made himself a gainer, Lucullus, who had conceived a good opinion of him from that action, went about to engage him in some enterprise of very great danger, with all the plausible persuasions and promises he could think of. Verbis quae timido quoque possent addere mentem. Words which might add courage to any timid man. Horace, Epistolae 2:1-2. "Pray employ," answered he, "some miserable plundered soldier in that affair." "Quantum vis rusticus ebit eo quo vis quis onam perdidit inquit." "Some poor fellow who has lost his purse will go whither you wish," said he. Horace, Epistolae 2:2-39. And flatly refused to go. When we read that Mohammed, having furiously rated Chassan, Bassa of the Janissaries, because he had seen the Hungarians break into his squadrons and himself behave very ill in the business, and that Chassan, instead of any other answer, rushed furiously alone, scimitar in hand, into the first body of the enemy, where he was presently cut to pieces, we are not to look upon that action, peradventure, so much as vindication as a turn of mind, not so much natural valor as a sudden despite. The man you saw yesterday so adventurous and brave, you must not think it strange to see him as great a poltroon the next. Anger, necessity, company, wine, or the sound of the trumpet had roused his spirits. This is no valor formed and established by reason, but accidentally created by such circumstances, and therefore it is no wonder if by contrary circumstances it appear quite another thing. These subtle variations and contradictions, so manifest in us, have given occasion to some to believe that man has two souls, other two distinct powers that always accompany and incline us, the one towards good and the other towards ill, according to their own nature and propension, so abrupt a variety not being imaginable to flow from one and the same source. For my part, the puff of every accident not only carries me along with it, according to its own proclivity, but moreover I discompose and trouble myself by the instability of my own posture, and whoever will look narrowly into his own bosom will hardly find himself twice in the same condition. I give to my soul sometimes one face and sometimes another, according to the side I turn her to. If I speak variously of myself, it is because I consider myself variously. All the contrarieties are there to be found in one corner or another, after one fashion or another: bashful, insolent, chaste, lustful, prating, silent, laborious, delicate, ingenious, heavy, melancholic, pleasant, lying, true, knowing, ignorant, liberal, covetous, and prodigal. I find all this in myself, more or less, according as I turn myself about, and whoever will sift himself to the bottom will find in himself, and even in his own judgment, this volubility and discordance. I have nothing to say of myself entirely, simply, and solidly, without mixture and confusion. Distinguo is the most universal member of my logic. Though I always intend to speak well of good things, and rather to interpret such things as fall out in the best sense than otherwise, yet such is the strangeness of our condition that we are often pushed on to do well, even by vice itself, if well-doing were not judged by the intention only. One gallant action, therefore, ought not to conclude a man valiant. If a man were brave indeed, he would always be so, and upon all occasions. If it were a habit of valor, and not a sally, it would render a man equally resolute in all accidents, the same alone as in company, the same in lists as in a battle. For, let them say what they will, there is not one valor for the pavement, and another for the field. He would bear a sickness in bed as bravely as a wound in the field, and no more fear death in his own house than at an assault. We should not then see the same man charge into a breach with a brave assurance, and afterwards torment himself like a woman for the loss of a trial at law or the death of a child, when, being an infamous coward, he is firm in the necessities of poverty, when he shrinks at the sight of a barber's razor, and rushes fearless upon the swords of the enemy. The action is commendable, not the man. Many of the Greeks, says Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones 2:27, cannot endure the sight of an enemy, and yet are courageous in sickness. The Cimbrians and Celtiberians quite contrary. Nihil enim potest esse aequabile, quod non a certa ratione proficiscatur. Nothing can be regular that does not proceed from a fixed ground of reason. Horace, in the same book, chapter 26. No valor can be more extreme in its kind than that of Alexander, but it is of one kind, not full enough throughout nor universal. Incomparable as it is, it has yet some blemishes, of which his being so often at his wit's end upon every light suspicion of his captains conspiring against his life, and the carrying himself in that inquisition with so much vehemence and indiscreet injustice, and with a fear that subverted his natural reason, is one pregnant instance. The superstition also, with which he was so much tainted, carries along with it some image of pusillanimity, and the excess of his penitence for the murder of Clytus is also a testimony of the unevenness of his courage. All we perform is no other than a cento, as a man may say, of several pieces, and we would acquire honor by a false title. Virtue cannot be followed but for herself, and if one sometimes borrows her mask to some other purpose, she presently pulls it away again. 'Tis a vivid and strong tincture which, when the soul has once thoroughly imbibed it, will not out but with the piece, and therefore To make a right judgment of a man, we are long and very observingly to follow his trace. If constancy does not there stand firm upon her own proper base, cui vivendi via considerate atque provisa est, if the way of his life is thoroughly considered and traced out, Cicero, Paradoxa, 5:1. If the variety of occurrences make him alter his pace, his path, I mean, for the pace may be faster or slower, let him go. Such an one runs before the wind. Avaux le vent, as the motto of our Talbot has it. 'Tis no wonder, says one of the ancients, that chance has so great a dominion over us, since it is by chance we live. It is not possible for any one who has not designed his life for some certain end, and it is impossible for any one to arrange the pieces who has not the whole form already contrived in his imagination. Of what use are colors to him that knows not what he is to paint? No one lays down a certain design for his life, and we only deliberate thereof by pieces. The archer ought first to know at what he is to aim, and then accommodate his arm, bow, string, shaft, and the motion to it. Our counsels deviate and wander, because not levelled to any determinate end. No wind serves him who addresses his voyage to no certain port. I cannot acquiesce in the judgment given by one in the behalf of Sophocles, who concluded him capable of the management of his domestic affairs, against the accusation of his son, from having read one of his tragedies. Neither do I allow of the conjecture of the Parians, sent to regulate the Milesians, sufficient for such a consequence as they from thence derived, coming to visit the island. They took notice of such grounds as were best husbanded, and such country houses as were best governed. And having taken the names of the owners, when they had assembled the citizens, they appointed these farmers for new governors and magistrates, concluding that they, who had been so provident in their own private concerns, would be so of the public too. We are all lumps, and of so various and inform a contexture, that every piece plays, every moment, its own game, and there is as much difference betwixt us and ourselves as betwixt us and others. Magnam rem puta unum hominum aegere. Esteem it a great thing always to act as one and the same man. Seneca, Epistulae 150. Since ambition can teach man valor, temperance, and liberality, and even justice too, seeing that avarice can inspire the courage of a shop-boy, bred and nursed up in obscurity and ease, with the assurance to expose himself so far from the fireside to the mercy of the waves and angry Neptune in a frail boat, that she further teaches discretion and prudence, and that even Venus can inflate boys under the discipline of the rod with boldness and resolution, and infuse masculine courage into the heart of tender virgins in their mother's arms. Hac duce, custodes furtim transgresse jacentes, ad juvenem tenebris sola puella venit. She, leading the maiden, furtively passing by the recumbent guards, goes alone in the darkness to the youth. Tibullus 2:275. 'Tis not all the understanding has to do simply to judge us by our outward actions. It must penetrate the very soul, and there discover by what springs the motion is guided. but that being a high and hazardous undertaking, I could wish that fewer would attempt it. End of Section 1. Reading by Malone. Section 2 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of drunkenness. The world is nothing but variety and dissemblance. Vices are all alike, as they are vices, and peradventure the Stoics understand them so. But although they are equally vices, yet they are not all equal vices, and he who has transgressed the ordinary bounds 100 paces, quos ultra citraque nequit consistere rectum, beyond or within which the right cannot exist. Horace, Satires 1:1-107. Should not be in a worse condition than he that has advanced but 10, is not to be believed, or that sacrilege is not worse than stealing a cabbage. Nec vincet ratio hoc tantum demut peccet, idemque qui teneras caules alieni fregerit horti, et qui nocturnus divum sacra legerit. There is in this as great diversity as in anything whatever. The confounding of the order and measure of sins is dangerous. Murderers, traitors, and tyrants get too much by it, and it is not reasonable they should flatter their consciences because another man is idle, lascivious, or not assiduous at his devotion. Every one overrates the offense of his companions, but extenuates his own. Our very instructors themselves rank them sometimes, in my opinion, very ill. As Socrates said that the principal office of wisdom was to distinguish good from evil, we, the best of whom are vicious, ought also to say the same of the science of distinguishing between vice and vice, without which, and that very exactly performed, the virtuous and the wicked will remain confounded and unrecognized. Now, amongst the rest, drunkenness seems to me to be a gross and brutish vice. The soul has greater part in the rest, and there are some vices that have something, if a man may so say, of generous in them. There are vices wherein there is a mixture of knowledge, diligence, valor, prudence, dexterity, and address. This one is totally corporeal and earthly, and the rudest nation this day in Europe is that alone where it is in fashion. Other vices discompose the understanding. This totally overthrows it, and renders the body stupid. Cum vini vis penetravit, consequatur gravitas membrorum praepediuntur crura vacillanti, tardescit lingua, madet mens, nant oculi, clamor, singultus, Georgia gliscunt. The power of wine has penetrated us. A heaviness of the limbs follows. The legs of the tottering person are impeded. The tongue grows torpid. The mind is dimmed. The eyes swim. Noise, hiccups, and quarrels arise. Lucretius 3:475. The worst state of man is that wherein he loses the knowledge and government of himself. And 'tis said, amongst other things upon this subject, that as the must fermenting in a vessel works up to the top whatever it has in the bottom, So wine, in those who have drunk beyond measure, vents the most inward secrets. Tu sapientem curas et arcanum jocoso consilium retegis Leio. Thou disclosest to the merry Leius the cares and secret counsel of the wise. Horace, Odes 31, 114. Leius, a name given to Bacchus. Josephus tells us that by giving an ambassador the enemy had sent to him his full dose of liquor, he wormed out his secrets. And yet Augustus, committing the most inward secrets of his affairs to Lucius Piso, who conquered Thrace, never found him faulty in the least, no more than Tiberius did Cossus, with whom he entrusted his whole counsels, though we know they were both so given to drink that they have often been fain to carry both the one and the other drunk out of the Senate. Hesterno inflatum venas ut semper Leio, their veins full, as usual, of yesterday's wine. Virgil, Eclogues 6:15. And the design of killing Caesar was as safely communicated to Cimber, though he would often be drunk, as to Cassius, who drank nothing but water. As to which Cassius pleasantly said, "What? Shall I bear a tyrant, I who cannot bear wine?" We see our Germans, when drunk as the devil, know their post, remember the word, and keep to their ranks. Nec facilis victoria de Madidis et Blaisis atque mero titubantibus. Nor is a victory easily obtained over men so drunk. They can scarce speak or stand. Juvenal, Satires, 1547. I could not have believed there had been so profound, senseless, and dead a degree of drunkenness had I not read in history that Attalus, having, to put a notable affront upon him, invited to supper the same Pausanias, who upon the very same occasion afterwards killed Philip of Macedon, a king who by his excellent qualities gave sufficient testimony of his education in the house and company of Epaminondas, made him drunk to such a pitch that he could afterward abandon his beauty, as of a hedge strumpet, to the muleteers and servants of the basest office in the house. And I have been further told by a lady whom I highly honor and esteem, that near Bordeaux and about Castres, where she lives, a countrywoman, a widow of chaste repute, perceiving in herself the first symptoms of breeding, innocently told her neighbors that if she had a husband she should think herself with child. But the causes of suspicion every day more and more increasing, and at last growing up to a manifest proof, the poor woman was reduced to the necessity of causing it to be proclaimed in her parish church, that whoever had done that deed, and would frankly confess it, she did not only promise to forgive, but moreover to marry him, if he liked the notion. Whereupon a young fellow that served her in the quality of a laborer, encouraged by this proclamation, declared that he had one holiday found her, having taken too much of the bottle, so fast asleep by the chimney, and in so indecent a posture, that he could conveniently do his business without waking her, and they yet lived together, man and wife. It is true that antiquity has not much decried this vice. The writings even of several philosophers speak very tenderly of it, and even amongst the Stoics there are some who advise folks to give themselves sometimes the liberty to drink, nay, to drunkenness, to refresh the soul. Hoc quoque virtutem quondam certamine magnum Socratem palmam pro merovisse ferunt. In this trial of power, formerly they relate that the great Socrates deserved the palm. Cornelius Gallus, Epistulae 147. That censor and reprover of others, Cato, was reproached that he was a hard drinker. Narratur et prisci Catonis saepe mero caluisse virtus. And of old Cato it is said that his courage was often warmed with wine. Horace, Odes, 21, 3:11. Cato the Elder. Cyrus, that so renowned king, amongst the other qualities by which he claimed to be preferred before his brother Artaxerxes, urged this excellence, that he could drink a great deal more than he. And in the best governed nations this trial of skill in drinking is very much in use. I have heard Silvius, an excellent physician of Paris, say that, lest the digestive faculties of the stomach should grow idle, it were not amiss once a month to rouse them by this excess, and to spur them, lest they should grow dull and rusty. And one author tells us that the Persians used to consult about their most important affairs after being well warmed with wine. My taste and constitution are greater enemies to this vice than my discourse, for, besides that I easily submit my belief to the authority of ancient opinions, I look upon it indeed as an unmanly and stupid vice, but less malicious and hurtful than the others, which, almost all, more directly jostle public society. And if we cannot please ourselves, but it must cost us something, as they hold, I find this vice costs a man's conscience less than the others, besides that it is of no difficult preparation, nor hard to be found, a consideration not altogether to be despised. A man well advanced both in dignity and age, amongst three principal commodities that he said remained to him of life, reckoned to me this for one, and where would a man more justly find it than amongst the natural conveniences? But he did not take it right, for delicacy and the curious choice of wines is therein to be avoided. If you found your pleasure upon drinking of the best, you condemn yourself to the penance of drinking of the worst. Your taste must be more indifferent and free. So delicate a palate is not required to make a good toper. The Germans drink almost indifferently of all wines with delight. Their business is to pour down and not to taste. And it's so much the better for them. Their pleasure is so much the more plentiful and nearer at hand. Secondly, to drink after the French fashion, but at 2 meals, and then very moderately, is to be too sparing of the favours of the god. There is more time and constancy required than so. The ancients spent whole nights in this exercise, and ofttimes added the day following to eke it out, and therefore we are to take greater liberty and stick closer to our work. I have seen a great lord of my time, a man of high enterprise and famous success, that without setting himself to it, and after his ordinary rate of drinking at meals, drank not much less than 5 quarts of wine, and at his going away appeared but too wise and discreet, to the detriment of our affairs. The pleasure we hold in esteem for the course of our lives ought to have greater share of our time dedicated to it. We should, like shop-boys and laborers, refuse no occasion, nor omit any opportunity of drinking, and always have it on our minds. Methinks we every day abridge and curtail the use of wine, and that the after-breakfasts, dinner-snatches, and collations I used to see in my father's house when I was a boy were more usual and frequent than now. Is it that we pretend to a reformation? Truly, no. But it may be we are more addicted to Venus than our fathers were. They are two exercises that thwart and hinder one another in their vigor. Lechery weakens our stomach on the one side, and on the other sobriety renders us more spruce and amorous for the exercise of love. 'Tis wonderful what strange stories I have heard my father tell of the chastity of that age wherein he lived. It was for him to say it, being both by art and nature cut out and finished for the service of ladies. He spoke well and little, ever mixing his language with some illustration out of authors most in use, especially in Spanish, and among the Spanish he whom they called Marcus Aurelius. Guevara's golden book of Marcus Aurelius Antoninus was ordinarily in his mouth. His behavior was gently grave, humble, and very modest. He was very solicitous of neatness and propriety, both in his person and clothes, whether on horseback or afoot. He was monstrously punctual in his word, and of a conscience and religion generally tending rather towards superstition than otherwise. For a man of little stature, very strong, well-proportioned, and well-knit, of a pleasing countenance inclining to brown, and very adroit in all noble exercises. I have yet in the house to be seen canes poured full of lead, with which they say he exercised his arms for throwing the bar or the stone, or in fencing, and shoes with leaden soles to make him lighter for running or leaping. Of his vaulting he has left little miracles behind him. I have seen him, when past 60, laugh at our exercises, and throw himself in his furred gown into the saddle, make the tour of a table upon his thumbs, and scarce ever mount the stairs into his chamber without taking 3 or 4 steps at a time. But as to what I was speaking of before, he said there was scarce one woman of quality of ill fame in the whole province. He would tell of strange confidences, and some of them his own, with virtuous women, free from any manner of suspicion of ill, and for his own part solemnly swore he was a virgin at his marriage. And yet it was after a long practice of arms beyond the mountains, of which wars he left us a journal under his own hand, wherein he has given a precise account from point to point of all passages, both relating to the public and to himself. And he was, moreover, married at a well-advanced maturity in the year 1528, the 33rd year of his age, upon his way home from Italy. But let us return to our bottles. The incommodities of old age, that stand in need of some refreshment and support, might with reason beget in me a desire of this faculty, it being, as it were, the last pleasure the course of years deprives us of. The natural heat, say the good fellows, first seats itself in the feet. That concerns infancy. Thence it mounts into the middle region, where it makes a long abode and produces, in my opinion, the sole true pleasures of human life. All other pleasures, in comparison, sleep. Towards the end, like a vapor that still mounts upward, it arrives at the throat, where it makes its final residence and concludes the progress. I do not nevertheless understand how a man can extend the pleasure of drinking beyond thirst, and forge in his imagination an appetite artificial and against nature. My stomach would not proceed so far. It has enough to do to deal with what it takes in for its necessity. My constitution is not to care for drink, but is following eating and washing down my meat. And for that reason my last draught is always the greatest, and seeing that in old age we have our palate furred with phlegms, or depraved by some other ill constitution, the wine tastes better to us, as the pores are cleaner washed and laid more open. At least, I seldom taste the first glass well. Anacharsis wondered that the Greeks drank in greater glasses towards the end of a meal than at the beginning, which was, I suppose, for the same reason the Germans do the same, who then begin the battle of drink. Plato forbids children wine till 18 years of age, and to get drunk till 40. But after 40, he gives them leave to please themselves and to mix a little liberally in their feasts the influence of Dionysus, that good deity who restores to younger men their gaiety and to old men their youth, who mollifies the passions of the soul as iron is softened by fire, and in his lazes allows such merry meetings, provided they have a discreet chief to govern and keep them in order, as good and of great utility, drunkenness being, he says, a true and certain trial of every man's nature, and withal fit to inspire old men with mettle to divert themselves in dancing and music, things of great use, and that they dare not attempt when sober. He moreover says that wine is able to supply the soul with temperance, and the body with health. Nevertheless, these restrictions, in part borrowed from the Carthaginians, please him, that men forbear excesses in the expeditions of war, that every judge and magistrate abstain from it when about the administration of his place, or the consultations of the public affairs, that the day is not to be employed with it, that being a time due to other occupations, nor the night on which a man intends to get children. 'Tis said that the philosopher Stilpo, when oppressed with age, purposely hastened his end by drinking pure wine. The same thing, but not designed by him, dispatched also the philosopher Arcesilaus. But 'tis an old and pleasant question, whether the soul of a wise man can be overcome by the strength of wine. Si munitae adhibit vim sapientiae. To what vanity does the good opinion we have of ourselves push us? The most regular and most perfect soul in the world has but too much to do to keep itself upright, and from being overthrown by its own weakness. There is not one of 1,000 that is right and settled so much as 1 minute in a whole life, and that may not very well doubt whether, according to her natural condition, she ever can be. But to join constancy to her is her utmost perfection. I mean, when nothing should jostle and discompose her, which 1,000 accidents may do. 'Tis to much purpose that the great poet Lucretius keeps such a clatter with his philosophy, when, behold, he goes mad with a love-philtre. Is it to be imagined that an apoplexy will not stun Socrates as well as a porter? Some men have forgotten their own names by the violence of a disease, and a slight wound has turned the judgment of others topsy-turvy. Let him be as wise as he will. After all, he's but a man. And than that, what is there more frail, more miserable, or more nothing? Wisdom does not force our natural dispositions. Sudore sitque, et pallorem existere toto corpore, et in fringi linguam vocemque aboriri, colligare oculos, sonare aures, succidere artus, dienque concidere, ex animi terrore videmus. Sweat and paleness come over the whole body. The tongue is rendered powerless. The voice dies away. The eyes are darkened. There's a ringing in the ears. The limbs sink under us by the influence of fear. Lucretius 3, 155. He must shut his eyes against the blow that threatens him. He must tremble upon the margin of a precipice like a child. Nature, having reserved these light marks of her authority, not to be forced by our reason and the Stoic virtue, to teach man his mortality and our weakness, he turns pale with fear, red with shame, and groans with the colic, if not with desperate outcry, at least with hoarse and broken voice. Humani asse nihil alienum putet. Let him not think himself exempt from that which is incidental to men in general. Terence, He auton timorumenos, 1:1-25. The poets that feign all things at pleasure dare not acquit their greatest heroes of tears. Sic fatur lacrimans, classique emittit habenas. Thus he speaks, weeping, and then sets sail with his fleet. Aeneid 6:1. 'Tis sufficient for a man to curb and moderate his inclinations, for totally to suppress them is not in him to do. Even our great Plutarch, that excellent and perfect judge of human actions, when he sees Brutus and Torquatus kill their children, begins to doubt whether virtue could proceed so far, and to question whether these persons had not rather been stimulated by some other passion. Plutarch, Life of Publicola, 103. All actions exceeding the ordinary bounds are liable to sinister interpretation, forasmuch as our liking no more holds with what is above than what is below it. Let us leave that other sect that sets up an express profession of scornful superiority, the Stoics. But when even in that sect, reputed the most quiet and gentle, we hear these rodomontades of Metrodorus, occupavi te fortuna, atque capi, omnesque aditus tuus interclusi, ut ad me aspirare non posses. Fortune, I have got the better of thee, and have made all the avenues so sure thou canst not come at me. Cicero, Tusculi Quaestiones 5:9. When Anaxarchus, by command of Nicocreon, the tyrant of Cyprus, was put into a stone mortar and laid upon with mauls of iron, ceases not to say, "Strike, batter, break." 'Tis not Anaxarchus, but his sheath that you pound and bray so. when we hear our martyrs cry out to the tyrant from the middle of the flame, "This side is roasted enough, fall to and eat. It is enough done, fall to work with the other." When we hear the child in Josephus torn piecemeal with pincers, defying Antiochus, and crying out with a constant and assured voice, "Tyrant, thou loosest thy labor, I am still at ease. Where is the pain? Where are the torments with which thou didst so threaten me? Is this all thou canst do? My constancy torments thee more than thy cruelty does me. O pitiful coward, thou faintest and I grow stronger. Make me complain, make me bend, make me yield if thou canst. Encourage thy guards, cheer up thy executioners. See, they faint, and can do no more. Arm them, flesh them anew, spur them up." Truly, a sober man must confess that there is some frenzy, some fury, how holy soever, that at that time possesses those souls. When we come to these stoical sallies, "I had rather be mad than voluptuous," a saying of Antisthenes. When Sextius tells us he had rather be fettered with affliction than pleasure. When Epicurus takes upon him to play with his gout, and refusing health and ease, defies all torments, and despising the lesser pains as disdaining to contend with them, he covets and calls out for others, sharper, more violent, and more worthy of him. "Spumantemque dari, peccerinter inertia votis optata prom, aut fulvum descendere monte leonem." And instead of timid beasts, wished the foaming boar or tawny lion would come from the mountains. Aeneid 4:158. Who but must conclude that these are wild sallies, pushed on by a courage that has broken loose from its place? Our soul cannot from her own seat reach so high. 'Tis necessary she must leave it, raise herself up, and, taking the bridle in her teeth, transport her man so far that he shall afterwards himself be astonished at what he has done. As in war, the heat of battle impels generous soldiers to perform things of so infinite danger, as afterwards, recollecting them, they themselves are the first to wonder at it, as it also fares with the poets, who are often rapt with admiration of their own writings, and know not where again to find the track through which they performed so fine a career, which also is in them called fury and rapture. And as Plato says, 'tis to no purpose for a sober-minded man to knock at the door of poesy. So Aristotle says that no excellent soul is exempt from a mixture of madness, and he has reason to call all transports, how commendable soever, that surpass our own judgment and understanding, madness. For as much as wisdom is a regular government of the soul, which is carried on with measure and proportion, and for which she is to herself responsible. Plato argues thus that the faculty of prophesying is so far above us that we must be out of ourselves when we meddle with it, and our prudence must either be obstructed by sleep or sickness, or lifted from her place by some celestial rapture. End of section 2. Recording by Malone. Section 3 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. A Custom of the Isle of Saya. Kos. Saya is the form of the name given by Pliny. If to philosophize be, as 'tis defined, to doubt, much more to write at random and play the fool, as I do, ought to be reputed doubting. For it is for novices and freshmen to inquire and to dispute, and for the chairman to moderate and determine. My moderator is the authority of the divine will that governs us without contradiction, and that is seated above these human and vain contestations. Philip, having forcibly entered into Peloponnesus, and someone saying to Damidas that the Lacedaemonians were likely very much to suffer if they did not in time reconcile themselves to his favor, "Why, you pitiful fellow," replied he, "what can they suffer who do not fear to die?" It being also asked of Agis which way a man might live free, "Why," said he, "by despising death." These and 1,000 other sayings to the same purpose distinctly sound of something more than the patient attending the stroke of death when it shall come. For there are several accidents in life far worse to suffer than death itself. Witness the Lacedaemonian boy taken by Antigonus and sold for a slave, who being by his master commanded to some base employment, "Thou shalt see," says the boy, "whom thou hast bought. It would be a shame for me to serve, being so near the reach of liberty." And having so said, threw himself from the top of the house. Antipater, severely threatening the Lacedaemonians, that he might the better incline them to acquiesce in a certain demand of his, "If thou threatenest us with more than death," replied they, "we shall the more willingly die." And to Philip, having written them word that he would frustrate all their enterprises, "What? Wilt thou also hinder us from dying?" This is the meaning of the sentence, that the wise man lives as long as he ought, not so long as he can, and that the most obliging present nature has made us, and which takes from us all color of complaint of our condition, is to have delivered into our own custody the keys of life. She has only ordered one door into life, but 100,000 ways out. We may be straitened for earth to live upon, but earth sufficient to die upon can never be wanting, as Bioculus answered the Romans. Tacitus, Annals, 1356. Why dost thou complain of this world? It detains thee not. Thy own cowardice is the cause, if thou livest in pain. There needs no more to die, but the will to die. Ubique mors est, optime hoc cavit Deus, e ripere vitam nemo non homine potest, at nemo mortem, milad hanc aditus patent. Death is everywhere. Heaven has well provided for that. Anyone may deprive us of life. No one can deprive us of death. To death there are 1,000 avenues. Seneca, Thebaid, 1:151. Neither is it a recipe for one disease only. Death is the infallible cure of all. 'Tis a most assured port that is never to be feared, and very often to be sought. It comes all to one, whether a man give himself his end, or stays to receive it by some other means, whether he pays before his day, or stay till his day of payment come. From whensoever it comes, it is still his. In what port soever the thread breaks, there's the end of the clue. The most voluntary death is the finest. Life depends upon the pleasure of others, death upon our own. We ought not to accommodate ourselves to our own humor in anything so much as in this. Reputation is not concerned in such an enterprise. 'Tis folly to be concerned by any such apprehension. Living is slavery, if the liberty of dying be wanting. The ordinary method of cure is carried on at the expense of life. They torment us with caustics, incisions, and amputations of limbs. They interdict aliment and exhaust our blood. One step further, and we are cured indeed, and effectually. Why is not the jugular vein as much at our disposal as the median vein? For a desperate disease, a desperate cure. Servius the grammarian, being tormented with the gout, could think of no better remedy than to apply poison to his legs, to deprive them of their sense, let them be gouty at their will, so that they were insensible of pain. God gives us leave enough to go when he's pleased to reduce us to such a condition that to live is far worse than to die. 'Tis weakness to truckle under infirmities, but it's madness to nourish them. The Stoics say that it is living according to nature in a wise man to take his leave of life, even in the height of prosperity, if he do it opportunely, and in a fool to prolong it, though he be miserable, provided he be not indigent of those things which they repute to be according to nature. As I do not offend the law against thieves when I embezzle my own money and cut my own purse, nor that against incendiaries when I burn my own wood, so I'm not under the lash of those made against murderers for having deprived myself of my own life. Hegesias said that as the condition of life did, so the condition of death ought to depend upon our own choice. And Diogenes, meeting the philosopher Speusippus, so blown up with an inveterate dropsy that he was fain to be carried in a litter, and by him saluted with the compliment, "I wish you good health." "No health to thee," replied the other, "who art content to live in such a condition." And in fact, not long after, Speusippus, weary of so languishing a state of life, found a means to die. But this does not pass without admitting a dispute, for many are of opinion that we cannot quit this garrison of the world without the express command of him who has placed us in it, and that it appertains to God who has placed us here, not for ourselves only, but for his glory and the service of others, to dismiss us when it shall best please him, and not for us to depart without his license. That we are not born for ourselves only, but for our country also, the laws of which require an account from us upon the score of their own interest, and have an action of manslaughter good against us. And if these fail to take cognizance of the fact, we are punished in the other world as deserters of our duty. Proxima gende tenent maesti loca, qui sibilatum insontes peperere manu, lucemque perosi proiecer animas. Thence the sad ones occupy the next abodes, who, though free from guilt, were by their own hands slain, and hating light, sought death. Aeneid 6, 434. There is more constancy in suffering the chain we are tied to than in breaking it, and more pregnant evidence of fortitude in Regulus than in Cato. 'Tis indiscretion and impatience that push us on to these precipices. No accidents can make true virtue turn her back. She seeks and requires evils, pains, and grief as the things by which she is nourished and supported. The menaces of tyrants, racks, and tortures serve only to animate and rouse her. Doris ut ilex ton sabi panibus nigrae feraci frondis in algido, per damna, per caides, ab ipso ducerapes animumque fero. As in Mount Algidus, the sturdy oak, even from the axe itself, derives new vigor and life. Horace, Odes 4:4-57. And another says, Non est ut putas virtus, pater, timere vitam, sed malis in gentibus obstare, nec se vertere ac retrodare. Father, 'tis no virtue to fear life, but to withstand great misfortunes, nor turn back from them. Seneca, Thebaid 1:190. Or as this, Rebus in adversis faciles contemnere mortem, fortius ille facit, qui miser esse potest. It is easy in adversity to despise death, but he acts more bravely who can live wretched. Martial 11:56-15. 'Tis cowardice, not virtue, to lie squat in a furrow under a tomb, to evade the blows of fortune. Virtue never stops nor goes out of her path for the greatest storm that blows. Si fractus illabatur orbis, impavidum ferient ruinae. Should the world's axis crack, the ruins will but crush a fearless head. Horace, Odes 3:3-7. For the most part, the flying from other inconveniences brings us to this. Nay, endeavoring to evade death, we often run into its very mouth. Hic rogo non furor est, ne mortiare mori? Tell me, is it not madness that one should die for fear of dying? Martial 2:82. Like those who, from fear of a precipice, throw themselves headlong into it. Multos in summa pericula misit venturi timor ipse mali. Fortissimus ill est, qui promptus metuenda pati, si comminus instant, et differe potest. The fear of future ills often makes men run into extreme danger. He is truly brave who boldly dares withstand the mischiefs he apprehends when they confront him and can be deferred. Lucan 7:104. Usquario mortis formidine vitae percipit humanos odium lucisque videndae, ut sibi consciscant moiranti pectore laetum, obliti fontem curarum hunc esse timorem. Death to that degree so frightens some men that, causing them to hate both life and light, they kill themselves, miserably forgetting that this same fear is the fountain of their cares. Lucretius 3:79. Plato, in his Laws, assigns an ignominious sepulture to him who has deprived his nearest and best friend, namely himself, of life and his destined course, being neither compelled so to do by public judgment, by any sad and inevitable accident of fortune, nor by any insupportable disgrace, but merely pushed on by cowardice and the imbecility of a timorous soul. And the opinion that makes so little of life is ridiculous, for it is our being, 'tis all we have. Things of a nobler and more elevated being may indeed reproach ours, but it is against nature for us to contemn and make little account of ourselves. 'Tis a disease particular to man, and not discerned in any other creatures, to hate and despise itself. And it is a vanity of the same stamp to desire to be something else than what we are. The effect of such a desire does not at all touch us, forasmuch as it is contradicted and hindered in itself. He that desires of a man to be made an angel does nothing for himself. He would never be the better for it, for being no more, who shall rejoice or be sensible of this benefit for him? Debet enim misere qui forti aegraeque futur est, ipse quoques in eo tum tempore cum male possit accidere. For he, to whom misery and pain are to be in the future, must himself then exist when these ills befall him. The same author, in the same place, 874. Security, indolence, impassibility, the privation of the evils of this life, which we pretend to purchase at the price of dying, are of no manner of advantage to us. That man evades war to very little purpose, who can have no fruition of peace, and as little to the purpose does he avoid trouble, who cannot enjoy repose. Amongst those of the first of these two opinions there has been great debate. What occasions are sufficient to justify the meditation of self-murder, which they call a reasonable exit? Diogenes Laertius, Life of Zeno. For though they say that men must often die for trivial causes, seeing those that detain us in life are of no very great weight, yet there is to be some limit. There are fantastic and senseless humors that have prompted not only individual men, but whole nations to destroy themselves, of which I have elsewhere given some examples. And we further read of the Milesian virgins, that by a frantic compact they hanged themselves one after another, till the magistrate took order in it, enacting that the bodies of such as should be found so hanged should be drawn by the same halters stark naked through the city. When Eyquem tried to persuade Cleomenes to dispatch himself, by reason of the ill posture of his affairs, and having missed a death of more honor in the battle he had lost, to accept of this the second in honor to it, and not to give the conquerors leisure to make him undergo either an ignominious death or an infamous life. Cleomenes, with a courage truly stoic and Lacedaemonian, rejected his counsel as unmanly and mean. That, said he, is a remedy that can never be wanting, but which a man is never to make use of whilst there is an inch of hope remaining, telling him that it was sometimes constancy and valor to live, that he would that even his death should be of use to his country, and would make of it an act of honor and virtue. Eyquem, notwithstanding, thought himself in the right, and did his own business, and Cleomenes afterwards did the same, but not till he had first tried the utmost malevolence of fortune. All the inconveniences in the world are not considerable enough that a man should die to evade them, and besides, there being so many, so sudden and unexpected changes in human things, it is hard rightly to judge when we are at the end of our hope. Sperat et in saeva victus gladiator arena, sit licet infesto pollice turba minax. The gladiator, conquered in the lists, hopes on, though the menacing spectators, turning their thumb, order him to die. Pentadius de spe apud Virgilii catalecta. All things, says an old adage, are to be hoped for by a man whilst he lives. Ay, but, replies Seneca, why should this rather be always running in a man's head, that fortune can do all things for the living man, than this, that fortune has no power over him that knows how to die? Josephus, when engaged in so near and apparent danger, a whole people being violently bent against him, that there was no visible means of escape, nevertheless, being, as he himself says, in this extremity counselled by one of his friends to dispatch himself, it was well for him that he yet maintained himself in hope, for fortune diverted the accident beyond all human expectation, so that he saw himself delivered without any manner of inconvenience. Whereas Brutus and Cassius, on the contrary, threw away the remains of Roman liberty, of which they were the sole protectors, by the precipitation and temerity wherewith they killed themselves before the due time and a just occasion. Monsieur d'Anguillon, at the battle of Cerisole, twice attempted to run himself through, despairing of the fortune of the day, which went indeed very untowardly on that side of the field where he was engaged, and by that precipitation was very near depriving himself of the enjoyment of so brave a victory. I have seen 100 hares escape out of the very teeth of the greyhounds. Aliquis carnifici suo superstes fuit. Some have survived their executioners. Seneca, Epistolae 13. Multa dies variusque labor mutabilis nevi retulit in melius, multos alterna revisins lucet, et in solido rursus fortuna locavit. Length of days and the various labor of changeful time have brought things to a better state. Fortune turning shows a reverse face, and again restores men to prosperity. Aeneid 11:424. Pliny says there are but 3 sorts of diseases, to escape which a man has good title to destroy himself, the worst of which is the stone in the bladder, when the urine is suppressed. In the quarto edition of these essays in 1588, Pliny is said to mention 2 more, namely, a pain in the stomach and a headache, which, he says, Book 25, Chapter 9, were the only 3 distempers almost for which men killed themselves. Seneca says those only which for a long time are discomposing the functions of the soul, and some there have been who, to avoid a worse death, have chosen one to their own liking. Democritus, general of the Aetolians, being brought prisoner to Rome, found means to make his escape by night, but close pursued by his keepers, rather than suffer himself to be retaken, he fell upon his own sword and died. Antinous and Theodotus, their city of Epirus being reduced by the Romans to the last extremity, gave the people counsel universally to kill themselves. But these preferring to give themselves up to the enemy, the 2 chiefs went to seek the death they desired, rushing furiously upon the enemy, with intention to strike home, but not to ward a blow. The island of Gozzo, being taken some years ago by the Turks, a Sicilian, who had 2 beautiful daughters, marriageable, killed them both with his own hand and their mother, running in to save them to boot, which having done, sallying out of the house with a crossbow and arquebuse. With 2 shots he killed 2 of the Turks nearest to his door, and drawing his sword, charged furiously in amongst the rest, where he was suddenly enclosed and cut to pieces, by that means delivering his family and himself from slavery and dishonor. The Jewish women, after having circumcised their children, threw them and themselves down a precipice to avoid the cruelty of Antigonus. I have been told of a person of condition in one of our prisons that his friends, being informed that he would certainly be condemned, to avoid the ignominy of such a death, suborned a priest to tell him that the only means of his deliverance was to recommend himself to such and such a saint under such and such vows, and to fast 8 days together, without taking any manner of nourishment, what weakness or faintness soever he might find in himself during that time. He followed their advice, and by that means destroyed himself before he was aware, not dreaming of death or any danger in the experiment. Scribonia, advising her nephew Libo to kill himself rather than await the stroke of justice, told him that it was to do other people's business to preserve his life, to put it after into the hands of those who within 3 or 4 days would fetch him to execution, and that it was to serve his enemies, to keep his blood, to gratify their malice. We read in the Bible that Nicanor, the persecutor of the law of God, having sent his soldiers to seize upon the good old man Ratzius, surnamed in honor of his virtue the father of the Jews, the good man, seeing no other remedy, his gates burned down and the enemies ready to seize him, choosing rather to die nobly than to fall into the hands of his wicked adversaries and suffer himself to be cruelly butchered by them, contrary to the honor of his rank and quality, stabbed himself with his own sword. But the blow, for haste, not having been given home, he ran and threw himself from the top of a wall headlong amongst them, who, separating themselves and making room, he pitched directly upon his head. Notwithstanding which, feeling yet in himself some remains of life, he renewed his courage, and started up upon his feet, all bloody and wounded as he was, and making his way through the crowd to a precipitous rock, there, through one of his wounds, drew out his bowels, which, tearing and pulling to pieces with both his hands, he threw amongst his pursuers, all the while attesting and invoking the divine vengeance upon them for their cruelty and injustice. Of violences offered to the conscience, that against the chastity of women is, in my opinion, most to be avoided, forasmuch as there is a certain pleasure naturally mixed with it, and for that reason the descent therein cannot be sufficiently perfect and entire, so that the violence seems to be mixed with a little consent of the forced party. The ecclesiastical history has several examples of devout persons who have embraced death to secure them from the outrages prepared by tyrants against their religion and honor. Pelagia and Sophronia, both canonized, the first of these precipitated herself with her mother and sisters into the river to avoid being forced by some soldiers, and the last also killed herself to avoid being ravished by the Emperor Maxentius. It may peradventure be an honor to us in future ages that a learned author of this present time, and a Parisian, takes a great deal of pains to persuade the ladies of our age rather to take any other course than to enter into the horrid meditation of such a despair. I am sorry he had never heard, that he might have inserted it amongst his other stories, the saying of a woman which was told me at Toulouse, who had passed through the handling of some soldiers. God be praised, said she, that once, at least in my life, I've had my fill without sin. In truth, these cruelties are very unworthy the French good nature, and also, God be thanked, our air is very well purged of them since this good advice. 'Tis enough that they say no in doing it, according to the rule of the good Marot. Un doux nenni, avec un doux sourire, est tant honnête. Marot. History is everywhere full of those who by 1,000 ways have exchanged a painful and irksome life for death. Lucius Arontius killed himself to fly, he said, both the future and the past. Granius Silvanus and Statius Proximus, after having been pardoned by Nero, killed themselves, either disdaining to live by the favor of so wicked a man, or that they might not be troubled at some other time to obtain a second pardon, considering the proclivity of his nature to suspect and credit accusations against worthy men. Spargapeses, son of Queen Tomyris, being a prisoner of war to Cyrus, made use of the first favor Cyrus showed him in commanding him to be unbound, to kill himself, having pretended to no other benefit of liberty, but only to be revenged of himself for the disgrace of being taken. Boges, governor in Aeon for King Xerxes, being besieged by the Athenian army under the conduct of Cimon, refused the conditions offered, that he might safe return into Asia with all his wealth, impatient to survive the loss of a place his master had given him to keep. Wherefore, having defended the city to the last extremity, nothing being left to eat, he first threw all the gold and whatever else the enemy could make booty of into the river Strymon, and then, causing a great pile of it to be set on fire, and the throats of all the women, children, concubines, and servants to be cut, he threw their bodies into the fire, and at last leaped into it himself. Nina Quechuan, an Indian lord, so soon as he heard the first whisper of the Portuguese viceroy's determination to depose him, without any apparent cause, of his command in Malacca, to transfer it to the king of Campar, he took this resolution with himself. He caused a scaffold, more long than broad, to be erected, supported by columns royally adorned with tapestry and strewn with flowers, and abundance of perfumes, all of which being prepared, in a robe of cloth of gold set full of jewels of great value, he came out into the street, and mounted the steps to the scaffold, at one corner of which he had a pile lighted of aromatic wood. Everybody ran to see to what end these unusual preparations were made. When Nina Quechuan, with a manly but displeased countenance, set forth how much he had obliged the Portuguese nation, and with how unspotted fidelity he had carried himself in his charge, that having so often sword in hand manifested in the behalf of others that honor was much more dear to him than life, he was not to abandon the concern of it for himself, that fortune denying him all means of opposing the affront designed to be put upon him, his courage at least enjoined him to free himself from the sense of it, and not to serve for a fable to the people, nor for a triumph to men less deserving than himself. Which having said, he leaped into the fire. Sextilia, wife of Scaurus, and Poxaia, wife of Labeo, to encourage their husbands to avoid the dangers that pressed upon them, wherein they had no other share than conjugal affection, voluntarily sacrificed their own lives to serve them in this extreme necessity, for company and example. What they did for their husbands, Cocceius Nerva did for his country, with less utility, though with equal affection. This great lawyer, flourishing in health, riches, reputation, and favor with the emperor, had no other cause to kill himself but the sole compassion of the miserable state of the Roman Republic. Nothing can be added to the beauty of the death of the wife of Fulvius, a familiar favorite of Augustus. Augustus, having discovered that he had vented an important secret he had entrusted him withal, one morning that he came to make his court, received him very coldly, and looked frowningly upon him. He returned home, full of despair, where he sorrowfully told his wife that, having fallen into this misfortune, he was resolved to kill himself, to which she roundly replied, "'Tis but reason you should, seeing that having so often experienced the incontinence of my tongue, you could not take warning. But let me kill myself first," and without any more saying, ran herself through the body with a sword. Vibius Vimius, despairing of the safety of his city, besieged by the Romans, and of their mercy, in the last deliberation of his city's senate, after many arguments conducing to that end, concluded that the most noble means to escape fortune was by their own hands, telling them that the enemy would have them in honor, and Hannibal would be sensible how many faithful friends he had abandoned. Inviting those who approved of his advice to come to a good supper he had ready at home, where, after they had eaten well, they would drink together of what he had prepared. "A beverage," said he, "that will deliver our bodies from torments, our souls from insult, and our eyes and ears from the sense of so many hateful mischiefs. As the conquered suffer from cruel and implacable conquerors. I have," said he, "taken order for fit persons to throw our bodies into a funeral pile before my door so soon as we are dead." Many enough approved this high resolution, but few imitated it. 27 senators followed him, who, after having tried to drown the thought of this final determination in wine, ended the feast with the mortal mess, and embracing one another, after they had jointly deplored the misfortune of their country, some retired home to their own houses, others stayed to be burned with Vibius in his funeral pyre, and were all of them so long in dying, the vapour of the wine having prepossessed the veins, and by that means deferred the effect of poison, that some of them were within an hour of seeing the enemy inside the walls of Capua, which was taken the next morning, and of undergoing the miseries they had at so dear a rate endeavoured to avoid. Jubelius Tauria, another citizen of the same country, the consul Fulvius, returning from the shameful butchery he had made of 225 senators, called him back fiercely by name, and having made him stop, "Give the word," said he, "that somebody may dispatch me after the massacre of so many others, that thou mayest boast to have killed a much more valiant man than thyself." Fulvius, disdaining him as a man out of his wits, and also having received letters from Rome censuring the inhumanity of his execution, which tied his hands, Jubelius proceeded, "Since my country has been taken, my friends dead, and having with my own hands slain my wife and children to rescue them from the desolation of this ruin, I am denied to die the death of my fellow citizens. Let me borrow from virtue vengeance on this hated life." And therewithal, drawing a short sword he carried concealed about him, he ran it through his own bosom, falling down backward and expiring at the consul's feet. Alexander, laying siege to a city of the Indies, those within, finding themselves very hardly set, put on a vigorous resolution to deprive him of the pleasure of his victory, and accordingly burned themselves in general, together with their city, in despite of his humanity. A new kind of war, where the enemy sought to save them, and they to destroy themselves, doing to make themselves sure of death. Doing to make themselves sure of death all that men do to secure life. Astapa, a city of Spain, finding itself weak in walls and defense to withstand the Romans, the inhabitants made a heap of all their riches and furniture in the public place, and having ranged upon this heap all the women and children, and piled them round with wood and other combustible matter to take sudden fire, and left 50 of their young men for the execution of that whereon they had resolved, they made a desperate sally, where for want of power to overcome, they caused themselves to be every man slain. The 50, after having massacred every living soul throughout the whole city, and put fire to this pile, threw themselves lastly into it, finishing their generous liberty rather after an insensible than after a sorrowful and disgraceful manner, giving the enemy to understand that if fortune had been so pleased, they had as well the courage to snatch from them victory as they had to frustrate and render it dreadful, and even mortal to those who, allured by the splendor of the gold melting in this flame, having approached it, a great number were there suffocated and burned, being kept from retiring by the crowd that followed after. The Abadians, being pressed by King Philip, put on the same resolution, but not having time, they could not put it into effect. The king, who was struck with horror at the rash precipitation of this execution, the treasure and movables that they had condemned to the flames being first seized, drawing off his soldiers, granted them 3 days' time to kill themselves, in that they might do it with more order and at a greater ease, which time they filled with blood and slaughter beyond the utmost excess of all hostile cruelty, so that not so much as any one soul was left alive that had power to destroy itself. There are infinite examples of like popular resolutions, which seem the more fierce and cruel in proportion as the effect is more universal, and yet are really less so than when singly executed. What arguments and persuasion cannot do with individual men, they can do with all, the ardor of society ravishing particular judgments. The condemned who had lived to be executed in the reign of Tiberius forfeited their goods and were denied the rites of sepulture. Those who, by killing themselves, anticipated it, were interred and had liberty to dispose of their estates by will. But men sometimes covet death out of hope of a greater good. I desire, says St. Paul, to be with Christ, and who shall rid me of these bands? Cleombrotus of Ambracia, having read Plato's Phaedo, entered into so great a desire of the life to come that without any other occasion he threw himself into the sea. By which it appears how improperly we call this voluntary dissolution despair, to which the eagerness of hope often inclines us, and often a calm and temperate desire proceeding from a mature and deliberate judgment. Jacques du Chastel, Bishop of Soissons, and Saint Louis's foreign expedition, seeing the king and a whole army upon the point of returning into France, leaving the affairs of religion imperfect, he took a resolution rather to go into paradise. Wherefore, having taken a solemn leave of his friends, he charged alone, in the sight of everyone, into the enemy's army, where he was presently cut to pieces. In a certain kingdom of the new discovered world, upon a day of solemn procession, when the idol they adore is drawn about in public upon a chariot of marvelous greatness, besides that many are then seen cutting off pieces of their flesh to offer to him, there are a number of others who prostrate themselves upon the place, causing themselves to be crushed and broken to pieces under the weighty wheels, to obtain the veneration of sanctity after death, which is accordingly paid them. The death of the bishop, sword in hand, has more of magnanimity in it, and less of sentiment, the ardour of combat taking away part of the latter. There are some governments who have taken upon them to regulate the justice and opportunity of voluntary death. In former times there was kept in our city of Marseille a poison prepared out of hemlock, at the public charge, for those who had a mind to hasten their end, having first, before the 600 who were their senate, given account of the reasons and motives of their design, and it was not otherwise lawful than by leave from the magistrate, and upon just occasion to do violence to themselves. Valerius Maximus 2:6-7. The same law was also in use in other places. Sextus Pompeius, in his expedition into Asia, touched at the Isle of Saya in Negropont. It happened, whilst he was there, as we have it from one that was with him, that a woman of great quality, having given an account to her citizens why she was resolved to put an end to her life, invited Pompeius to her death, to render it the more honourable, an invitation that he accepted, and having long tried in vain by the power of his eloquence, which was very great, and persuasion, to divert her from that design, he acquiesced in the end in her own will. She had passed the age of 80 in a very happy state, both of body and mind, being then laid upon her bed, better dressed than ordinary, and leaning upon her elbow. "The gods," said she, "O Sextus Pompeius, and rather those I leave than those I go to seek, reward thee, for that thou hast not disdained to be both the counsellor of my life and the witness of my death. For my part, having always experienced the smiles of fortune, for fear lest the desire of living too long may make me see a contrary face, I am going, by a happy end, to dismiss the remains of my soul, leaving behind 2 daughters of my body and a legion of nephews." Which having said, with some exhortations to her family to live in peace, she divided among them her goods, and recommending her domestic gods to her eldest daughter, she boldly took the bowl that contained the poison, and having made her vows and prayers to Mercury to conduct her to some happy abode in the other world, she roundly swallowed the mortal poison. This being done, she entertained the company with the progress of its operation, and how the cold by degrees seized the several parts of her body one after another, till having in the end told them it began to seize upon her heart and bowels, she called her daughters to do the last office and close her eyes. Pliny tells us of a certain Hyperborean nation where, by reason of the sweet temperature of the air, lives rarely ended but by the voluntary surrender of the inhabitants, who, being weary of and satiated with living, had the custom, at very old age, after having made good cheer, to precipitate themselves into the sea from the top of a certain rock, assigned for that service. Pain and the fear of a worse death seem to be the most excusable incitements. End of section 3. Reading by Malone. Section 4 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Tomorrow is a new day. I give, as it seems to me with good reason, the palm to Jacques Amiot of all our French writers, not only for the simplicity and purity wherein he excels all others, nor for his constancy in going through so long a work, nor for the depth of his knowledge, having been able so successfully to smooth and unravel so knotty and intricate an author. For let people tell me what they will, I understand nothing of Greek. But I meet with sense so well united and maintained throughout his whole translation, that certainly he either knew the true fancy of the author, or having, by being long conversant with him, imprinted a vivid and general idea of that of Plutarch in his soul, he has delivered us nothing that either derogates from or contradicts him. But above all, I am the most taken with him for having made so discreet a choice of a book, so worthy and of so great utility, wherewith to present his country. We ignorant fellows had been lost, had not this book raised us out of the dirt. By this favor of his, we dare now speak and write. The ladies are able to read to schoolmasters. 'Tis our breviary. If this good man be yet living, I would recommend to him Xenophon, to do as much by that. 'Tis a much more easy task than the other, and consequently more proper for his age. And besides, though I know not how, methinks he does briskly, and clearly enough, trip over steps another would have stumbled at. Yet, nevertheless, his style seems to be more his own, where he does not encounter those difficulties, and rolls away at his own ease. I was just now reading this passage where Plutarch says of himself that Rusticus, being present at a declamation of his at Rome, there received a packet from the emperor, and deferred to open it till all was done. For which, says he, all the company highly applauded the gravity of this person. 'Tis true that being upon the subject of curiosity, and of that eager passion for news which makes us with so much indiscretion and impatience leave all to entertain a newcomer, and without any manner of respect or outcry, tear open on a sudden, in what company soever, the letters that are delivered us. He had reason to applaud the gravity of Rusticus upon this occasion, and might moreover have added to it the commendation of his civility and courtesy, that would not interrupt the current of his declamation. But I doubt whether anyone can commend his prudence, for receiving unexpected letters, and especially from an emperor, it might have fallen out that the deferring to read them might have been of great prejudice. The vice opposite to curiosity is negligence, to which I naturally incline, and wherein I have seen some men so extreme that one might have found letters sent them 3 or 4 days before, still sealed up in their pockets. I never open any letters directed to another, not only those entrusted with me, but even such as fortune has guided to my hand. and am angry with myself if my eyes unawares steal any contents of letters of importance he is reading when I stand near a great man. Never was man less inquisitive or less prying into other men's affairs than I. In our father's days, Monsieur de Boutière had like to have lost Turin from having, while engaged in good company at supper, delayed to read information that was sent him of the treason plotted against that city where he commanded. And this very Plutarch has given me to understand that Julius Caesar had preserved himself, if, going to the Senate the day he was assassinated by the conspirators, he had read a note which was presented to him by the way. He tells also the story of Archias, the tyrant of Thebes, that the night before the execution of the design Pelopidas had plotted to kill him, to restore his country to liberty, he had a full account sent him in writing by another Archias, an Athenian, of the whole conspiracy, and that, this packet having been delivered to him while he was at supper, he deferred the opening of it, saying, which afterwards turned to a proverb in Greece, "Business tomorrow." A wise man may, I think, out of respect to another, as not to disturb the company, as Rusticus did, or not to break off another affair of importance in hand, defer to read or hear any new thing that is brought him. But for his own interest or particular pleasure, especially if he be a public minister, that he will not interrupt his dinner or break his sleep is inexcusable. And there was anciently at Rome the consular place, as they called it, which was the most honorable at the table, as being a place of most liberty and of more convenient access to those who came in to speak to the person seated there. By which it appears that, being at meat, they did not totally abandon the concern of other affairs and incidents. But when all is said, it's very hard in human actions to give an exact rule upon moral reasons, that fortune will not therein maintain her own right. End of section 4. Recording by Malone. Section 5 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Conscience. The Sieur de la Brousse, my brother and I, traveling one day together during the time of our civil wars, met a gentleman of good sort. He was of the contrary party, though I did not know so much, for he pretended otherwise. And the mischief on't is that in this sort of war the cards are so shuffled, your enemy not being distinguished from yourself by any apparent mark either of language or habit, and being nourished under the same law, air, and manners, it is very hard to avoid disorder and confusion. This made me afraid myself of meeting any of our troops in a place where I was not known, that I might not be in fear to tell my name, and peradventure of something worse, as it had befallen me before, where, by such a mistake, I lost both men and horses, and amongst others an Italian gentleman, my page, whom I bred with the greatest care and affection, was miserably slain, in whom a youth of great promise and expectation was extinguished. But the gentleman my brother and I met had so desperate, half-dead a fear upon him at meeting with any horse, or passing by any of the towns that held for the king, that I at last discovered it to be alarms of conscience. It seemed to the poor man as if through his visor and the crosses upon his cassock one would have penetrated into his bosom and read the most secret intentions of his heart. So wonderful is the power of conscience. It makes us betray, accuse, and fight against ourselves, and for want of other witnesses, to give evidence against ourselves. Occultum quotiens animo tortore flagellum. The torturer of the soul brandishing a sharp scourge within. Juvenal 3, 195. This story is in every child's mouth. Bessus the Paeonian, being reproached for wantonly pulling down a nest of young sparrows and killing them, replied that he had reason to do so, seeing that those little birds never ceased falsely to accuse him of the murder of his father. This parricide had till then been concealed and unknown, but the revenging fury of conscience caused it to be discovered by him himself who was to suffer for it. Hesiod corrects the saying of Plato that punishment closely follows sin, it being, as he says, born at the same time with it. Whoever expects punishment already suffers it, and whoever has deserved it expects it. Wickedness contrives torments against itself. Malum consilium consultori pessimum. Ill designs are worst to the contriver. Apud aulum gellium 4, 5. As the wasp stings and hurts another, but most of all itself, for it there loses its sting and its use forever. Vitasque in vulnere ponent, and leave their own lives in the wound. Virgil, Georgics 4, 238. Cantharides have somewhere about them, by a contrariety of nature, a counterpoison against their poison. In like manner, at the same time that men take delight in vice, there springs in the conscience a displeasure that afflicts us sleeping and waking with various tormenting imaginations. Quip ubi se multi per somnia saepe loquentes, aut morbo delirantes protraxe ferantur, et celata diu in medium peccata dedisse. Surely where many, often talking in their sleep, or raving in disease, are said to have betrayed themselves, and to have given publicity to offences long concealed. Lucretius 5, 1157. Apollodorus dreamed that he saw himself flayed by the Scythians and afterwards boiled in a cauldron, and that his heart muttered these words, I am the cause of all these mischiefs that have befallen thee. Epicurus said that no hiding hole could conceal the wicked, since they could never assure themselves of being hid whilst their conscience discovered them to themselves. Prim est haec ultio, quod se judice nemo nocens absolvitur. This is the first punishment of sin, that no man absolves himself, or, this is the highest revenge, that by its judgment no offender is absolved. Juvenal 13:2. As an ill conscience fills us with fear, so a good one gives us greater confidence and assurance. And I can truly say that I have gone through several hazards with a more steady pace in consideration of the secret knowledge I had of my own will and the innocence of my intentions. Consciamens ut quique suest, ita concipit intra pectora pro facto, spemque metumque suo. As a man's conscience is, so within hope or fear prevails, suiting to his design. Ovid, Fasti, 1, 485. Of this are 1,000 examples, but it will be enough to instance 3 of one and the same person. Scipio, being one day accused before the people of Rome of some crimes of a very high nature, instead of excusing himself or flattering his judges, "It will become you well," said he, "to sit in judgment upon a head by whose means you have the power to judge all the world." Another time, all the answer he gave to several impeachments brought against him by a tribune of the people, instead of making his defense, "Let us go, citizens," said he. "Let us go render thanks to the gods for the victory they gave me over the Carthaginians, as this day." And advancing himself before towards the temple, he had presently all the assembly and his very accuser himself following at his heels. And Petilius, having been set on by Cato to demand an account of the money that had passed through his hands in the province of Antioch, Scipio being come into the Senate to that purpose, produced a book from under his robe, wherein he told them was an exact account of his receipts and his disbursements. But being required to deliver it to the pronothotary to be examined, he refused, saying he would not do himself so great a disgrace, and in the presence of the whole Senate tore the book with his own hands to pieces. I do not believe that the most seared conscience could have counterfeited so great an assurance. He had naturally too high a spirit, and was accustomed to too high a fortune, says Titius Livius, to know how to be criminal, and to lower himself to the meanness of defending his innocence. The putting men to the rack is a dangerous invention, and seems to be rather a trial of patience than of truth. Both he who has the fortitude to endure it conceals the truth, and he who has not. For why should pain sooner make me confess what really is than force me to say what is not? And on the contrary, if he who is not guilty of that whereof he is accused has the courage to undergo those torments, why should not he who is guilty have the same? So fair a reward as life being in his prospect. I believe the ground of this invention proceeds from the consideration of the force of conscience. For to the guilty it seems to assist the rack to make him confess his faults and to shake his resolution, and, on the other side, that it fortifies the innocent against the torture. But, when all is done, 'tis in plain truth a trial full of uncertainty and danger. What would not a man say, what would not a man do, to avoid so intolerable torments? Etiam innocentes cogit mentiri dolor. Pain will make even the innocent lie. Publius Syrus, De Dolore. When it comes to pass that him whom the judge has racked that he may not die innocent, he makes him die both innocent and racked, 1,000 and 1,000 have charged their own heads by false confessions, amongst whom I place Philotas, considering the circumstances of the trial Alexander put upon him and the progress of his torture. But so it is that some say it is the least evil human weakness could invent, very inhumanly notwithstanding, and to very little purpose, in my opinion. Many nations less barbarous in this than the Greeks and Romans, who call them so, repute it horrible and cruel to torment and pull a man to pieces for a fault of which they are yet in doubt. How can he help your ignorance? Are you not unjust, that not to kill him without cause do worse than kill him? And that this is so, do but observe how often men prefer to die without reason than undergo this examination, more painful than execution itself, and that oft-times by its extremity anticipates execution, and performs it. I know not where I had this story, but it exactly matches the conscience of our justice in this particular. A countrywoman, to a general of a very severe discipline, accused one of his soldiers that he had taken from her children the little soup meat she had left to nourish them withal, the army having consumed all the rest. But of this proof there was none. The general, after having cautioned the woman to take good heed to what she said, for that she would make herself guilty of a false accusation if she told a lie, and she persisting, he presently caused the soldier's belly to be ripped up to clear the truth of the fact. And the woman was found to be right. An instructive sentence. End of section 5. Recording by Malone.
Section 6 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Use makes perfect. 'Tis not to be expected that argument and instruction, though we never so voluntarily surrender our belief to what is read to us, should be of force to lead us on so far as to action, if we do not, over and above, exercise and form the soul by experience to the course for which we design it. It will otherwise doubtless find itself at a loss when it comes to the pinch of the business. This is the reason why those amongst the philosophers who were ambitious to attain to a greater excellence were not contented to await the severities of fortune in the retirement and repose of their own habitations, lest he should have surprised them raw and inexpert in the combat, but sallied out to meet her, and purposely threw themselves into the proof of difficulties. Some of them abandoned riches to exercise themselves in a voluntary poverty. Others sought out labour and an austerity of life to inure them to hardships and inconveniences. Others have deprived themselves of their dearest members, as of sight, and of the instruments of generation, lest their too delightful and effeminate service should soften and debauch the stability of their souls. But in dying, which is the greatest work we have to do, practice can give us no assistance at all. A man may by custom fortify himself against pain, shame, necessity, and such like accidents, but as to death, we can experiment it but once, and are all apprentices when we come to it. There have, anciently, been men so excellent managers of their time, that they have tried, even in death itself, to relish and taste it, and who have bent their utmost faculties of mind to discover what this passage is, but they are none of them come back to tell us the news. Nemo expergitus extat, frigide quem semel est vitae pausa secuta. No one wakes who has once fallen into the cold sleep of death. Lucretius, 3, 942. Julius Canis, a noble Roman of singular constancy and virtue, having been condemned to die by that worthless fellow Caligula, besides many marvellous testimonies that he gave of his resolution, as he was just going to receive the stroke of the executioner, was asked by a philosopher, a friend of his, "Well, Canis, whereabout is your soul now? What is she doing? What are you thinking of?" "I was thinking," replied the other, "to keep myself ready, and the faculties of my mind full settled and fixed, to try if in this short and quick instant of death I could perceive the motion of the soul when she parts from the body, and whether she has any sentiment at the separation, that I may after come again, if I can, to acquaint my friends with it." This man philosophizes not unto death only, but in death itself. What a strange assurance was this, and what bravery of courage, to desire his death should be a lesson to him, and to have leisure to think of other things in so great an affair. Jus hoc animi morientis habebat. This mighty power of mind he had dying. Lucan 8, 636. And yet I fancy there is a certain way of making it familiar to us, and in some sort of making trial what it is. We may gain experience, if not entire and perfect, yet such, at least, as shall not be totally useless to us, and that may render us more confident and more assured. If we cannot overtake it, we may approach it and view it, and if we do not advance so far as the fort, we may at least discover and make ourselves acquainted with the avenues. It is not without reason that we are taught to consider sleep as a resemblance of death. With how great facility do we pass from waking to sleeping, and with how little concern do we lose the knowledge of light and of ourselves. Peradventure, the faculty of sleeping would seem useless and contrary to nature, since it deprives us of all action and sentiment, were it not that by it nature instructs us that she has equally made us to die as to live, and in life presents to us the eternal state she reserves for us after it, to accustom us to it, and to take from us the fear of it. But such as have by violent accident fallen into a swoon, and in it have lost all sense, these, methinks, have been very near seeing the true and natural face of death. For as to the moment of the passage, it is not to be feared that it brings with it any pain or displeasure, for as much as we can have no feeling without leisure, our sufferings require time, which in death is so short and so precipitous, that it must necessarily be insensible. They are the approaches that we are to fear, and these may fall within the limits of experience. Many things seem greater by imagination than they are in effect. I have passed a good part of my life in a perfect and entire health. I say not only entire, but moreover sprightly and wanton. This state, so full of verdure, jollity, and vigour, made the consideration of sickness so formidable to me, that, when I came to experience it, I found the attacks faint and easy in comparison with what I had apprehended. Of this I have daily experience. If I am under the shelter of a warm room in a stormy and tempestuous night, I wonder how people can live abroad, and am afflicted for those who are out in the fields. If I am there myself, I do not wish to be anywhere else. This one thing of being always shut up in a chamber I fancied insupportable, but I was presently inured to be so imprisoned a week, nay, a month together, in a very weak, disordered, and sad condition; and I have found that, in the time of my health, I much more pitied the sick than I think myself to be pitied when I am so, and that the force of my imagination enhances near one half of the essence and reality of the thing. I hope that when I come to die I shall find it the same, and that, after all, it is not worth the pains I take, so much preparation, and so much assistance as I call in, to undergo the stroke. But, at all events, we cannot give ourselves too much advantage. In the time of our third or second troubles, I do not well remember which, going one day abroad to take the air, about a league from my own house, which is seated in the very centre of all the bustle and mischief of the late civil wars in France, thinking myself in all security, and so near to my retreat that I stood in need of no better equipage, I had taken a horse that went very easy upon his pace, but was not very strong. Being upon my return home, a sudden occasion falling out to make use of this horse in a kind of service that he was not accustomed to, one of my train, a lusty tall fellow, mounted upon a strong German horse, that had a very ill mouth, fresh and vigorous to play the brave and set on ahead of his fellows, comes thundering full speed in the very track where I was, rushing like a colossus upon the little man and the little horse, with such a career of strength and weight, that he turned us both over and over, topsy-turvy, with our heels in the air, so that there lay the horse overthrown and stunned with the fall, and I 10 or 12 paces from him, stretched out at length, with my face all battered and broken, my sword which I had had in my hand above 10 paces beyond that, and my belt broken all to pieces, without motion or sense any more than a stock. 'Twas the only swoon I was ever in till that hour in my life. Those who were with me, after having used all the means they could to bring me to myself, concluding me dead, took me up in their arms, and carried me with very much difficulty home to my house, which was about half a French league from thence. On the way, having been for more than 2 hours given over for a dead man, I began to move and to fetch my breath, for so great abundance of blood was fallen into my stomach, that nature had need to rouse her forces to discharge it. They then raised me upon my feet, where I threw off a whole bucket of clots of blood, as this I did also several times by the way. This gave me so much ease that I began to recover a little life, but so leisurely and by so small advances, that my first sentiments were much nearer the approaches of death than life. Perché dubbiosa ancor del suo ritorno, non s'assicura attonita la mente. For the soul, doubtful as to its return, could not compose itself. Tasso, Gerusalemme Liberata, 1274. the remembrance of this accident, which is very well imprinted in my memory, so naturally representing to me the image and idea of death, has in some sort reconciled me to that untoward adventure. When I first began to open my eyes, it was with so perplexed, so weak and dead a sight, that I could yet distinguish nothing, but only discern the light. Come quel cor apre, or chiude gli occhi mezzo tra sonno e l'esser desto. As a man that now opens, now shuts his eyes, between sleep and waking. Tasso, Gerusalemme Liberata, 8:26. As to the functions of the soul, they advanced with the same pace and measure with those of the body. I saw myself all bloody, my doublet being stained all over with the blood I had vomited. The first thought that came into my mind was that I had a harquebus shot in my head, and, indeed, at the time there were a great many fired round about us. Methought my life but just hung upon my lips, and I shut my eyes to help, methought, to thrust it out, and took a pleasure in languishing and letting myself go. It was an imagination that only superficially floated upon my soul, as tender and weak as all the rest, but really not only exempt from anything displeasing, but mixed with that sweetness that people feel when they glide into a slumber. I believe it is the very same condition those people are in whom we see swoon with weakness. In the agony of death we pity them without cause, supposing them agitated with grievous dolours, or that their souls suffer under painful thoughts. It has ever been my belief, contrary to the opinion of many, and particularly of La Boissy, that those whom we see so subdued and stupefied at the approaches of their end, or oppressed with the length of the disease, or by accident of an apoplexy or falling sickness, vi morbi saepe coactus, ante oculos aliquis nostros, ut fulminis ictu, concidit et spumas agit, ingemit et tremit atus, decipit extentat nervos, torquetur, anhelat, inconstanter et injactando membra fatigat. Often, compelled by the force of disease, some one as thunderstruck falls under our eyes, and foams, groans, and trembles, stretches, twists, breathes irregularly, and in paroxysms wears out his strength. Lucretius, 3, 485. Or hurt in the head, whom we hear to mutter and by fits to utter grievous groans, though we gather from these signs, by which it seems as if they had some remains of consciousness, and that there are movements of the body, I have always believed, I say, both the body and the soul benumbed and asleep. Vivit, et est vitae nescius ipse suae. He lives, and does not know that he is alive. Ovid, Tristia, 1, 3, 12. And could not believe that in so great a stupefaction of the members, and so great a defection of the senses, the soul could maintain any force within to take cognizance of herself, and that, therefore, they had no tormenting reflections to make them consider and be sensible of the misery of their condition, and, consequently, were not much to be pitied. I can for my part think of no state so insupportable and dreadful as to have the soul vivid and afflicted without means to declare itself. As one should say of such as are sent to execution with their tongues first cut out, were it not that in this kind of dying the most silent seems to me the most graceful, if accompanied with a grave and constant countenance, or if those miserable prisoners who fall into the hands of the base hangman soldiers of this age, by whom they are tormented with all sorts of inhuman usage, to compel them to some excessive and impossible ransom, kept in the meantime in such condition and place, where they have no means of expressing or signifying their thoughts and their misery. The poets have feigned some gods who favour the deliverance of such as suffer under a languishing death. Hunc ego diti sacrum jussa fero, teque isto corpore solvo. I, bidden, offer this sacred thing to Pluto, and from that body dismiss thee. Aeneid, 4, 782. Both the interrupted words and the short and irregular answers one gets from them sometimes, by bawling and keeping a clutter about them, or the motions which seem to yield some consent to what we would have them do, are no testimony, nevertheless, that they live an entire life at least. So it happens to us in the yawning of sleep, before it has fully possessed us, to perceive as in a dream what is done about us, and to follow the last things that are said with a perplexed and uncertain hearing, which seems but to touch upon the borders of the soul, and to make answers to the last words that have been spoken to us, which have more in them of chance than sense. Now, seeing I have in effect tried it, I have no doubt but I have hitherto made a right judgment. For first, being in a swoon, I laboured to rip open the buttons of my doublet with my nails, for my sword was gone, and yet I felt nothing in my imagination that hurt me, for we have many motions in us that do not proceed from our direction. Semi-animesque micant digiti, ferumque retractant. Half-dead fingers grope about, and grasp again the sword. Aeneid, 10, 396. So falling people extend their arms before them by a natural impulse, which prompts our limbs to offices and motions without any commission from our reason. Falciferos memorant curus abscindere membra, ut tremere in terra videatur ab artibus id quod decidit abscissum. Cum mens tamen atque hominis vis mobilitate mali non quit sentire dolorem. They relate that scythe-bearing chariots mow off limbs, so that they quiver on the ground, and yet the mind of him from whom the limb is taken by the swiftness of the blow feels no pain. Lucretius, 3, 642. My stomach was so oppressed with the coagulated blood that my hands moved to that part of their own voluntary motion, as they frequently do to the part that itches, without being directed by our will. There are several animals, and even men, in whom one may perceive the muscles to stir and tremble after they are dead. Every one experimentally knows that there are some members which grow stiff and flag without his leave. Now those passions which only touch the outward bark of us cannot be said to be ours. To make them so, there must be a concurrence of the whole man, and the pains which are felt by the hand or the foot while we are sleeping are none of ours. As I drew near my own house, where the alarm of my fall was already got before me, and my family were come out to meet me with the hubbub usual in such cases, not only did I make some little answer to some questions which were asked me, but they moreover tell me that I was sufficiently collected to order them to bring a horse to my wife, whom on the road I saw struggling and tiring herself, which is hilly and rugged, This should seem to proceed from a soul its functions, but it was nothing so with me. I knew not what I said or did, and they were nothing but idle thoughts in the clouds that were stirred up by the senses of the eyes and ears, and proceeded not from me. I knew not, for all that, whence I came or whither I went, neither was I capable to weigh and consider what was said to me. These were light effects that the senses produced of themselves as of custom. What the soul contributed was in a dream, lightly touched, licked, and bedewed by the soft impression of the senses. Notwithstanding, my condition was, in truth, very easy and quiet. I had no affliction upon me, either for others or myself. It was an extreme languor and weakness without any manner of pain. I saw my own house, but knew it not. When they had put me to bed, I found an inexpressible sweetness in that repose, for I had been desperately tugged and lugged by those poor people who had taken the pains to carry me upon their arms a very great and a very rough way, and had in so doing all quite tired out themselves twice or thrice, one after another. They offered me several remedies, but I would take none, certainly believing that I was mortally wounded in the head. And, in earnest, it had been a very happy death, for the weakness of my understanding deprived me of the faculty of discerning, and that of my body of the sense of feeling. I was suffering myself to glide away so sweetly, and after so soft and easy a manner, that I scarce find any other action less troublesome than that was. But when I came again to myself and to resume my faculties, ut tandem sensus convalure mei, when at length my lost senses again returned, Ovid, Tristia, 1:3-14, which was 2 or 3 hours after, I felt myself on a sudden involved in terrible pain, having my limbs battered and ground with my fall, and was so ill for 2 or 3 nights after, that I thought I was once more dying again, but a more painful death, having concluded myself as good as dead before, and to this hour am sensible of the bruises of that terrible shock. I will not here omit that the last thing I could make them beat into my head was the memory of this accident, and I had it over and over again repeated to me, whither I was going, from whence I came, and at what time of the day this mischance befell me, before I could comprehend it. As to the manner of my fall, that was concealed from me in favour to him who had been the occasion, and other flimflams were invented. But a long time after, and the very next day that my memory began to return, and to represent to me the state wherein I was, at the instant that I perceived this horse coming full drive upon me, for I had seen him at my heels, and gave myself for gone, but this thought had been so sudden that fear had had no leisure to introduce itself. It seemed to me like a flash of lightning that had pierced my soul, and that I came from the other world. This long story of so light an accident would appear vain enough, were it not for the knowledge I have gained by it for my own use. For I do really find that to get acquainted with death needs no more but nearly to approach it. Every one, as Pliny says, is a good doctrine to himself, provided he be capable of discovering himself near at hand. Here this is not my doctrine, 'tis my study, and is not the lesson of another, but my own. and if I communicate it, it ought not to be ill taken, for that which is of use to me may also, peradventure, be useful to another. As to the rest, I spoil nothing, I make use of nothing but my own, and if I play the fool, 'tis at my own expense, and nobody else is concerned in't, for 'tis a folly that will die with me, and that no one is to inherit. We hear but of 2 or 3 of the ancients who have beaten this path, and yet I cannot say if it was after this manner, knowing no more of them but their names. No one since has followed the track. 'Tis a rugged road, more so than it seems, to follow a pace so rambling and uncertain as that of the soul, to penetrate the dark profundities of its intricate internal windings, to choose and lay hold of so many little nimble motions. 'Tis a new and extraordinary undertaking, and that withdraws us from the common and most recommended employments of the world. 'Tis now many years since that my thoughts have had no other aim and level than myself, and that I have only pried into and studied myself; or if I study any other thing, 'tis to apply it to, or rather in, myself. And yet I do not think it a fault, if, as others do by other much less profitable sciences, I communicate what I have learned in this, though I am not very well pleased with my own progress. There is no description so difficult, nor doubtless of so great utility, as that of a man's self; and withal a man must curl his hair and set out and adjust himself to appear in public. Now I am perpetually tricking myself out, for I am eternally upon my own description. Custom has made all speaking of a man's self vicious, and positively interdicts it, in hatred to the boasting that seems inseparable from the testimony men give of themselves. Invitium ducit culpae fuga. The avoiding a mere fault often leads us into a greater, or the escape from a fault leads into a vice. Horace, De Arte Poetica, verse 31. Instead of blowing the child's nose, this is to take his nose off altogether. I think the remedy worse than the disease. But allowing it to be true that it must of necessity be presumption to entertain people with discourses of oneself, I ought not, pursuing my general design, to forbear an action that publishes this infirmity of mine, nor conceal the fault which I not only practise but profess. Notwithstanding, to speak my thought freely, I think that the custom of condemning wine because some people will be drunk is itself to be condemned. A man cannot abuse anything but what is good in itself, and I believe that this rule has only regard to the popular vice. They are bits for calves, with which neither the saints whom we hear speak so highly of themselves, nor the philosophers, nor the divines will be curbed. Neither will I, who am as little the one as the other. If they do not write of it expressly, at all events when the occasions arise, they don't hesitate to put themselves on the public highway. Of what does Socrates treat more largely than of himself? To what does he more direct and address the discourses of his disciples than to speak of themselves, not of the lesson in their book, but of the essence and motion of their souls? We confess ourselves religiously to God and our confessor, as our neighbours do to all the people. But some will answer that we there speak nothing but accusation against ourselves. Why then, we say all, for our very virtue itself is faulty and penetrable. My trade and art is to live. He that forbids me to speak according to my own sense, experience, and practice, may as well enjoin an architect not to speak of building according to his own knowledge, but according to that of his neighbour, according to the knowledge of another, and not according to his own. If it be vainglory for a man to publish his own virtues, why does not Cicero prefer the eloquence of Hortensius, and Hortensius that of Cicero? Peradventure they mean that I should give testimony of myself by works and effects, not barely by words. I chiefly paint my thoughts, a subject void of form and incapable of operative production. 'Tis all that I can do to couch it in this airy body of the voice. The wisest and devoutest men have lived in the greatest care to avoid all apparent effects. Effects would more speak of fortune than of me. They manifest their own office, and not mine, but uncertainly and by conjecture, patterns of some one particular virtue. I expose myself entire. 'Tis a body where, at one view, the veins, muscles, and tendons are apparent, every of them in its proper place, here the effects of a cold, there of the heart beating, very dubiously. I do not write my own acts, but myself and my essence. I am of opinion that a man must be very cautious how he values himself, and equally conscientious to give a true report, be it better or worse, impartially. If I thought myself perfectly good and wise, I would rattle it out to some purpose. To speak less of oneself than what one really is folly, not modesty, and to take that for current pay which is under a man's value is pusillanimity and cowardice. According to Aristotle, no virtue assists itself with falsehood. Truth is never matter of error. To speak more of oneself than is really true is not always mere presumption. 'Tis moreover very often folly. To be immeasurably pleased with what one is, and to fall into an indiscreet self-love, is, in my opinion, the substance of this vice. The most sovereign remedy to cure it is to do quite contrary to what these people direct who, in forbidding men to speak of themselves, consequently, at the same time, interdict thinking of themselves too. Pride dwells in the thought. The tongue can have but a very little share in it. They fancy that to think of oneself is to be delighted with oneself, to frequent and converse with oneself, to be over-indulgent. But this excess springs only in those who take but a superficial view of themselves, and dedicate their main inspection to their affairs, who call it mere reverie and idleness to occupy oneself with oneself, and the building oneself up a mere building of castles in the air, who look upon themselves as a third person only, a stranger. If any one be in rapture with his own knowledge, looking only on those below him, let him but turn his eye upward towards past ages, and his pride will be abated when he shall there find so many thousand wits that trample him under foot. If he enter into a flattering presumption of his personal valour, let him but recollect the lives of Scipio, Epaminondas. So many armies, so many nations, that leave him so far behind them. No particular quality can make any man proud that will at the same time put the many other weak and imperfect ones he has in the other scale, and the nothingness of human condition to make up the weight. Because Socrates had alone digested to purpose the precept of his God to know himself, and by that study arrived at the perfection of setting himself at naught, he only was reputed worthy the title of a sage. Whosoever shall so know himself, let him boldly speak it out. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Recompenses of Honor. They who write the life of Augustus Caesar, Suetonius, Life of Augustus, 25, observe this in his military discipline, that he was wonderfully liberal of gifts to men of merit, but as to the true recompenses of honor, he was as sparing. Yet he himself had been gratified by his uncle with all the military recompenses before he had ever been in the field. It was a pretty invention, and received into most governments of the world, to institute certain vain and in themselves valueless distinctions to honor and recompense virtue, such as the crowns of laurel, oak, and myrtle, the particular fashion of some garment, the privilege to ride in a coach in the city or at night with a torch, some peculiar place assigned in public assemblies, the prerogative of certain additional names and titles, certain distinctions in the bearing of coats of arms, and the like, the use of which, according to the several humours of nations, has been variously received, and yet continues. We in France, as also several of our neighbours, have orders of knighthood that are instituted only for this end. And 'tis in earnest a very good and profitable custom to find out an acknowledgment for the worth of rare and excellent men, and to satisfy them with rewards that are not at all chargeable either to prince or to people. And that which has always been found by ancient experience, and which we have heretofore observed among ourselves, that men of quality have ever been more jealous of such recompenses than of those wherein there was gain and profit, is not without very good ground and reason. If with the reward, which ought to be simply a recompense of honor, they should mix other commodities and add riches, this mixture, instead of procuring an increase of estimation, would debase and abate it. The order of St. Michael, which has been so long in repute amongst us, had no greater commodity than it had no communication with any other commodity, which produced this effect, that formerly there was no office or title whatever to which the gentry pretended with so great desire and affection as they did to that. No quality that carried with it more respect and grandeur, valor and worth more willingly embracing, and with greater ambition aspiring to a recompense purely its own, and rather glorious than profitable. For, in truth, other gifts have not so great a dignity of usage, by reason they are laid out upon all sorts of occasions. With money a man pays the wages of a servant, the diligence of a courier, dancing, vaulting, speaking, and the meanest offices we receive. Nay, and reward vice with it too, as flattery, treachery, and pimping. And therefore 'tis no wonder if virtue less desires and less willingly receives this common sort of payment than that which is proper and peculiar to her. Augustus had reason to be more sparing of this than the other, insomuch that honor is a privilege which derives its principal essence from rarity, and so virtue itself. Cui malus esse nemo, quis bonus esse potest. To whom no one is ill, who can be good? Martial 1282. We do not intend it for a commendation when we say that such a one is careful in the education of his children. By reason it is a common act, how just and well done soever, no more than we commend a great tree where the whole forest is the same. I do not think that any citizen of Sparta glorified himself upon his valor, it being the universal virtue of the whole nation, and as little upon his fidelity and contempt of riches. There is no recompense becomes virtue, how great soever, that is once passed into a custom, and I know not withal whether we can ever call it great, being common. Seeing, then, that these remunerations of honor have no other value and estimation but only this, that few people enjoy 'em, 'tis but to be liberal of them to bring them down to nothing. And though there should be now more men found than in former times worthy of our order, the estimation of it nevertheless should not be abated, nor the honor made cheap. And it may easily happen that more may merit it, for there is no virtue that so easily spreads as that of military valor. There is another virtue, true, perfect, and philosophical, of which I do not speak, and only make use of the word in our common acceptation, much greater than this and more full, which is a force and assurance of the soul, equally despising all sorts of adverse accidents, equable, uniform, and constant, of which ours is no more than one little ray. Use, education, example, and custom can do all in all to the establishment of that whereof I am speaking, and with great facility render it common, as by the experience of our civil wars is manifest enough. And whoever could at this time unite us all, Catholic and Huguenot, into one body, and set us upon some brave common enterprise, we should again make our ancient military reputation flourish. It is most certain that in times past the recompense of this order had not only a regard to valor, but had a further prospect. It never was the reward of a valiant soldier, but of a great captain. The science of obeying was not reputed worthy of so honorable a guerdon. There was therein a more universal military expertness required, and that comprehended the most and the greatest qualities of a military man. Neque enim Eyquem militares et imperatorix artes sunt. For the arts of soldiery and generalship are not the same. Livy 25:19. As also, besides, a condition suitable to such a dignity. But, I say, Though more men were worthy than formerly, yet ought it not to be more liberally distributed, and it were better to fall short in not giving it at all to whom it should be due, than for ever to lose, as we lately have done, the fruit of so profitable an invention. No man of spirit will deign to advantage himself with what is in common with many, and such of the present time as have least merited this recompense themselves make the greater show of disdaining it, in order thereby to be ranked with those to whom so much wrong has been done by the unworthy conferring and debasing the distinction which was their particular right. Now, to expect that in obliterating and abolishing this, suddenly to create and bring into credit a like institution, is not a proper attempt for so licentious and so sick a time as this wherein we now are. And it will fall out that the last will from its birth incur the same inconveniences that have ruined the other. Montaigne refers to the Order of the Saint-Esprit, instituted by Henry III in 1578. The rules for dispensing this new order had need to be extremely clipped and bound under great restrictions to give it authority, and this tumultuous season is incapable of such a curb. Besides that, before this can be brought into repute, 'tis necessary that the memory of the first, and of the contempt into which it has fallen, be buried in oblivion. This place might naturally enough admit of some discourse upon the consideration of valor, and the difference of this virtue from others. But, Plutarch having so often handled this subject, I should give myself an unnecessary trouble to repeat what he had said. But this is worth considering, that our nation places valor, valence, in the highest degree of virtue, at its very word evidences being derived from valor, and that, according to our use, when we say a man of high worth, a good man, in our court style, 'tis to say a valiant man, after the Roman way. For the general appellation of virtue with them takes etymology from vis, force. The proper sole and essential profession of the French noblesse is that of arms, and 'tis likely that the first virtue that discovered itself amongst men, and has given to some advantage over others, was that by which the strongest and most valiant have mastered the weaker, and acquired a particular authority and reputation, whence came to it that dignified appellation. Or else, that these nations, being very warlike, gave the preeminence to that of the virtues which was most familiar to them, just as our passion and the feverish solicitude we have of the chastity of women occasions that to say a good woman, a woman of worth, a woman of honor and virtue, signifies merely a chaste woman, as if, to oblige them to that one duty, we were indifferent as to all the rest, and gave them the reins in all their faults, whatever, to compound for that one of incontinence. End of section 7. Reading by Malone. Section 8 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the affection of fathers to their children. To Madame d'Estissac. Madame, if the strangeness and novelty of my subject, which are wont to give value to things, do not save me, I shall never come off with honour from this foolish attempt. But 'tis so fantastic, and carries a face so unlike the common use, that this peradventure may make it pass. 'Tis a melancholic humour, and consequently a humour very much an enemy to my natural complexion, engendered by the pensiveness of the solitude into which for some years past I have retired myself, that first put into my head this idle fancy of writing, wherein, finding myself wholly unprovided and empty of other matter, I presented myself to myself for argument and subject. 'Tis the only book in the world of its kind, and of a wild and extravagant design. There's nothing worth remark in this affair but that extravagancy. For in a subject so vain and frivolous, the best workman in the world could not have given it a form fit to recommend it to any manner of esteem. Now, madam, having to draw my own picture to the life, I had omitted one important feature, had I not therein represented the honour I have ever had for you and your merits, which I have purposely chosen to say in the beginning of this chapter, by reason that amongst the many other excellent qualities you are mistress of, that of the tender love you have manifested to your children is seated in one of the highest places. Whoever knows at what age Monsieur d'Estissac, your husband, left you a widow, the great and honourable matches that have since been offered to you, as many as to any lady of your condition in France, the constancy and steadiness wherewith for so many years you have sustained so many sharp difficulties, the burden and conduct of affairs which have persecuted you in every corner of the kingdom, and are not yet weary of tormenting you, and the happy direction you've given to all these by your sole prudence or good fortune, will easily conclude with me that we have not so vivid an example as yours of maternal affection in our times. I praise God, madam, that it has been so well employed, for the great hopes Monsieur d'Estissac, your son, gives of himself render sufficient assurance that when he comes of age you will reap from him all the obedience and gratitude of a very good man. But forasmuch as by reason of his tender years he has not been capable of taking notice of those offices of extremest value he has in so great number received from you, I will, if these papers shall one day happen to fall into his hands, when I shall neither have mouth nor speech left to deliver it to him, that he shall receive from me a true account of those things which shall be more effectually manifested to him by their own effects, by which he will understand that there is not a gentleman in France who stands more indebted to a mother's care, and that he cannot in the future give a better nor more certain testimony of his own worth and virtue than by acknowledging you for that excellent mother you are. If there be any law truly natural, that is to say, any instinct that is seen universally and perpetually imprinted in both beasts and men, which is not without controversy, I can say that in my opinion, next to the care every animal has of its own preservation, and to avoid that which may hurt him, the affection that the begetter bears to his offspring holds the second place in this rank. And seeing that nature appears to have recommended it to us, having regard to the extension and progression of the successive pieces of his machine of hers, 'tis no wonder if, on the contrary, that of children towards their parents is not so great. to which we may add this other Aristotelian consideration, that he who confers a benefit on anyone loves him better than he is beloved by him again, that he to whom is owing loves better than he who owes, and that every artificer is fonder of his work than, if that work had sense, it would be of him, by reason that it is dear to us to be, and to be consists in movement and action. Therefore, every one has in some sort a being in his work. He who confers a benefit exercises a fine and honest action. He who receives it exercises the useful only. Now, the useful is much less lovable than the honest. The honest is stable and permanent, supplying him who has done it with a continual gratification. The useful loses itself, easily slides away, and the memory of it is neither so fresh nor so pleasing. Those things are dearest to us that have cost us most, and giving is more chargeable than receiving. Since it has pleased God to endue us with some capacity of reason, to the end we may not, like brutes, be servilely subject and enslaved to the laws common to both, but that we should, by judgment and a voluntary liberty, apply ourselves to them, we ought indeed something to yield to the simple authority of nature, but not suffer ourselves to be tyrannically hurried away and transported by her. Reason alone should have the conduct of our inclinations. I, for my part, have a strange disgust for those propensions that are started in us without the mediation and direction of the judgment. As, upon the subject I am speaking of, I cannot entertain that passion of dandling and caressing infants scarcely born, having as yet neither motion of soul nor shape of body distinguishable by which they can render themselves amiable, and have not willingly suffered them to be nursed near me. A true and regular affection ought to spring and increase with the knowledge they give us of themselves, and then, if they are worthy of it, the natural propension walking hand in hand with reason to cherish them with a truly paternal love, and so to judge also if they be otherwise, still rendering ourselves to reason, notwithstanding the inclination of nature. 'Tis ofttimes quite otherwise, and most commonly we find ourselves more taken with the running up and down, the games, and the puerile simplicities of our children than we do afterwards with their most complete actions, as if we had loved them for our sport like monkeys, and not as men. And some there are who are very liberal in buying them balls to play withal, who are very close-handed for the least necessary expense when they come to age. Nay, it looks as if the jealousy of seeing them appear in and enjoy the world when we are about to leave it rendered us more niggardly and stingy towards them. It vexes us that they tread upon our heels, as if to solicit us to go out. If this were to be feared, since the order of things will have it so that they cannot, to speak the truth, be nor live but at the expense of our being in life, we should never meddle with being fathers at all. For my part, I think it cruelty and injustice not to receive them into the share and society of our goods, and not to make them partakers in the intelligence of our domestic affairs when they are capable, and not to lessen and contract our own expenses to make more room for theirs, seeing we beget them to that effect. 'Tis unjust that an old fellow, broken and half dead, should alone in a corner of the chimney enjoy the money that would suffice for the maintenance and advancement of many children, and suffer them, in the meantime, to lose their best years for want of means to advance themselves in the public service and the knowledge of men. A man by this course drives them to despair, and to seek out any means, how unjust or dishonorable soever, to provide for their own support. As I have in my time seen several young men of good extraction so addicted to stealing that no correction could cure them of it. I know one of a very good family, to whom, at the request of a brother of his, a very honest and brave gentleman, I once spoke on this account, who made answer, and confessed to me roundly, that he had been put upon this paltry practice by the severity and avarice of his father, but that he was now so accustomed to it he could not leave it off, and at that very time he was trapped stealing a lady's rings, having come into her chamber as she was dressing with several others. He put me in mind of a story I had heard of another gentleman, so perfect and accomplished in this fine trade in his youth, that after he came to his estate and resolved to give it over, he could not hold his hands nevertheless, if he passed by a shop where he saw anything he liked, from catching it up, though it put him to the shame of sending afterwards to pay for it. And I have myself seen several so habituated to this quality that even amongst their comrades they could not forbear filching, though with intent to restore what they had taken. I am a Gascon, and yet there is no vice I so little understand as that. I hate it something more by disposition than I condemn it by reason. I do not so much as desire anything of another's man's. This province of ours is, in plain truth, a little more decried than the other parts of the kingdom, and yet we have several times seen, in our times, men of good families of other provinces, in the hands of justice, convicted of abominable thefts. I fear this vice is, in some sort, to be attributed to the aforementioned vice of the fathers. And if a man should tell me, as the Lord of a very good understanding once did, that he hoarded up wealth not to extract any other fruit and use from his parsimony, but to make himself honored and sought after by his relations, and that age having deprived him of all other power, it was the only remaining remedy to maintain his authority in his family, and to keep him from being neglected and despised by all around. In truth, not only old age, but all other imbecility, according to Aristotle, is the promoter of avarice. That is something, but it is physic for a disease that a man should prevent the birth of. A father is very miserable who has no other hold on his children's affection than the need they have of his assistance. If that can be called affection, he must render himself worthy to be respected by his virtue and wisdom, and beloved by his kindness and the sweetness of his manners. Even the very ashes of a rich matter have their value, and we are wont to have the bones and relics of worthy men in regard and reverence. No old age can be so decrepit in a man who has passed his life in honor, but it must be venerable, especially to his children, whose soul he must have trained up to their duty by reason, not by necessity and the need they have of him, nor by harshness and compulsion. Et erat longe mea quidem sententia, qui imperium credat esse gravius aut stabilius, vi quod fit, quam illud quod amicitia adjungatur. He wanders far from the truth, in my opinion, who thinks that government more absolute and durable, which is acquired by force, than that which is attached to friendship. Terence, Adelphi, 1:140. I condemn all violence in the education of a tender soul that is designed for honor and liberty. There is I know not what of servile in rigor and constraint, and I am of opinion that what is not to be done by reason, prudence, and address is never to be effected by force. I myself was brought up after that manner, and they tell me that in all my first age I never felt the rod but twice, and then very slightly. I practiced the same method with my children, who all of them died at nurse, except Leonora, my only daughter, and who arrived to the age of 5 years and upward without other correction for her childish faults, her mother's indulgence easily concurring, than words only, and those very gentle. In which kind of proceeding, though my end and expectation should be both frustrated, there are other causes enough to lay the fault on without blaming my discipline, which I know to be natural and just. And I should in this have yet been more religious towards the males, as less born to subjection and more free. And I should have made it my business to fill their hearts with ingenuousness and freedom. I have never observed other effects of whipping than to render boys more cowardly or more wilfully obstinate. Do we desire to be loved of our children? Will we remove from them all occasion of wishing our death, though no occasion of so horrid a wish can either be just or excusable? Nullum scelus rationem habet. No wickedness has reason. Livy 28:28. Let us reasonably accommodate their lives with what is in our power. In order to this, we should not marry so young that our age shall in a manner be confounded with theirs, for this inconvenience plunges us into many very great difficulties, and especially the gentry of this nation, who are of a condition wherein they have little to do, and who live upon their rents only. For elsewhere, with people who live by their labor, the plurality and company of children is an increase to the common stock. There are so many new tools and instruments wherewith to grow rich. I married at 33 years of age, and concur in the opinion of 35, which is said to be that of Aristotle. Plato will have nobody marry before 30, but he has reason to laugh at those who undertook the work of marriage after 5 and 50, and condemns their offspring as unworthy of aliment and life. Thales gave the truest limits, who, young and being importuned by his mother to marry, answered that it was too soon, and, being grown into years and urged again, that it was too late. A man must deny opportunity to every inopportune action. The ancient Gauls looked upon it as a very horrid thing for a man to have society with a woman before he was 20 years of age, and strictly recommended to the men who designed themselves for war the keeping their virginity till well grown in years, forasmuch as courage is abated and diverted by intercourse with women. Ma or coniuntur giovanetta sposa, e lieto omai di figli, era invilito nei affetti di padre e di marito. Now, married to a young wife and happy in children, He was demoralized by his love as a father and husband. Tasso, Hierusaleme, 1039. Muley Hassam, king of Tunis, he whom the Emperor Charles V restored to his kingdom, reproached the memory of his father Mohammed with the frequentation of women, styling him loose, effeminate, and a getter of children, of whom he had 34. The Greek history observed of Iccus the Tarentine, of Chryso, Astylus, Diopompus, and others, that to keep their bodies in order for the Olympic Games and such like exercises, they denied themselves during that preparation all commerce with Venus. In a certain country of the Spanish Indies, men were not permitted to marry till after 40 age, and yet the girls were allowed at 10. 'Tis not time for a gentleman of 30 years old to give place to his son who is 20. He is himself in a condition to serve both in the expeditions of war and in the court of his prince, has need of all his appurtenances, and yet, doubtless, he ought to surrender a share, but not so great an one as to forget himself for others. And for such an one the answer that fathers have ordinarily in their mouths, "I will not put off my clothes before I go to bed," serves well. But a father worn out with age and infirmities, and deprived by weakness and want of health of the common society of men, wrongs himself and his to amass a great heap of treasure. He has lived long enough, if he be wise, to have a mind to strip himself to go to bed, not to his very shirt, I confess, but to that and a good warm dressing-gown. The remaining pomps of which he has no further use he ought voluntarily to surrender to those to whom by the order of nature they belong. 'Tis reason he should refer the use of those things to them, seeing that nature has reduced him to such a state that he cannot enjoy them himself. Otherwise there is doubtless malice and envy in the case. The greatest act of Emperor Charles V was that when, in imitation of some of the ancients of his own quality, confessing it but reason to strip ourselves when our clothes encumber and grow too heavy for us, and to lie down when our legs begin to fail us, he resigned his possessions, grandeur, and power to his son, when he found himself failing in vigor and steadiness for the conduct of his affairs suitable with the glory he had therein acquired. Salve senescentem mature sanus equum, ne pecet ad extremum, ridendus et ilia ducat. Dismiss the old horse in good time, lest, failing in the lists, the spectators laugh. Horace, Epistles 1:1-8. The fault of not perceiving betimes, and of not being sensible of the feebleness of extreme alteration that age naturally brings both upon the body and mind, which in my opinion is equal, if indeed the soul has not more than half, has lost the reputation of most of the great men in the world. I have known in my time and been intimately acquainted with persons of great authority, whom one might easily discern marvellously lapsed from the sufficiency I knew they were once endued with, by the reputation they had acquired in their former years, whom I could heartily, for their own sakes, have wished at home at their ease, discharged of their public or military employments, which were now grown too heavy for their shoulders. I have formerly been very familiar in a gentleman's house, a widower and very old, though healthy and cheerful enough. This gentleman had several daughters to marry, and a son already of ripe age, which brought upon him many visitors and a great expense, neither of which well pleased him, not only out of consideration of frugality, but yet more for having, by reason of his age, entered into a course of life far differing from ours. I told him one day a little boldly, as I used to do, that he would do better to give us younger folk room, and to leave his principal house, for he had but that well placed and furnished, to his son, and himself retire to an estate he had hard by, where nobody would trouble his repose, seeing he could not otherwise avoid being importuned by us, the condition of his children considered. He took my advice afterwards, and found an advantage in so doing. I do not mean that a man should so install them as not to reserve to himself a liberty to retract. I, who am now arrived to the age wherein such things are fit to be done, would resign to them the enjoyment of my house and goods, but with a power of revocation, if they should give me cause to alter my mind. I would leave to them the use, that being no longer convenient for me, and of the general authority and power over all, would reserve as much as I thought good to myself, having always held that it must needs be a great satisfaction to an aged father himself to put his children into the way of governing his affairs, and to have power during his own life to control their behavior, supplying them with instruction and advice from his own experience, and himself to transfer the ancient honor and order of his house into the hands of those who are to succeed him, and by that means to satisfy himself as to the hopes he may conceive of their future conduct. And in order to this I would not avoid their company. I would observe them near at hand, and partake, according to the condition of my age, of their feasts and jollities. If I did not live absolutely amongst them, which I could not do without annoying them and their friends, by reason of the morosity of my age and the restlessness of my infirmities, and without violating also the rules and order of living I should then have set down to myself, I would at least live near them in some retired part of my house, not the best in show, but the most commodious. Nor, as I saw some years ago a dean of St. Hilary of Poitiers given up to such a solitude, that at the time I came into his chamber it had been 22 years that he had not stepped 1 foot out of it, and yet had all his motions free and easy, and was in good health, saving a cold that fell upon his lungs. He would hardly once in a week suffer anyone to come in to see him. He always kept himself shut up in his chamber alone, except that a servant brought him once a day something to eat, and did then but just come in and go out again. His employment was to walk up and down and read some book, for he was a bit of a scholar. But as to the rest, obstinately bent to die in this retirement, as he soon did. I would endeavor by pleasant conversation to create in my children a warm and unfeigned friendship and goodwill towards me, which in well-descended natures is not hard to do. For if they be furious brutes, of which this age of ours produces thousands, we are then to hate and avoid them as such. I am angry at the custom of forbidding children to call their fathers by the name of father, and to enjoin them another, as more full of respect and reverence, as if nature had not sufficiently provided for our authority. We call Almighty God father, and disdain to have our children call us so. I have reformed this error in my family, as did Henry IV of France. And 'tis also folly and injustice to deprive children, when they grow up, of familiarity with their father, and to carry a scornful and austere countenance toward them, thinking by that to keep them in awe and obedience. For it is a very idle farce that, instead of producing the effect designed, renders fathers distasteful, and, which is worse, ridiculous to their own children. They have youth and vigor in possession, and consequently the breath and favor of the world, and therefore receive these fierce and tyrannical looks, mere scarecrows, of a man without blood, either in his heart or veins, with mockery and contempt. Though I could make myself feared, I had yet much rather make myself beloved. There are so many sorts of defects in old age, so much imbecility, and it is so liable to contempt, that the best acquisition a man can make is the kindness and affection of his own family. Command and fear are no longer his weapons. Such an one I have known who, having been very imperious in his youth, when he came to be old, though he might have lived at his full ease, would ever strike, rant, swear, and curse, the most violent householder in France, fretting himself with unnecessary suspicion and vigilance. And all this rumble and clutter but to make his family cheat him the more, of his barn, his kitchen, cellar, nay, and his very purse too. Others had the greatest use and share, while he keeps his keys in his pocket much more carefully than his eyes, whilst he hugs himself with the pitiful frugality of a niggard table. Everything goes to rack and ruin in every corner of his house, in play, drink, all sorts of profusion, making sport in their junkets with his vain anger and fruitless parsimony. Every one is a sentinel against him, and if by accident any wretched fellow that serves him is of another humour, and will not join with the rest, he is presently rendered suspected to him, a bait that old age very easily bites at of itself. How often has this gentleman boasted to me in how great awe he kept his family, and how exact in obedience and reverence they paid him, how clearly he saw into his own affairs. Ille solus nescit omnia. He alone is ignorant of all that is passing. Terence Adelphi 4:2-9. I do not know any one that can muster more parts, both natural and acquired, proper to maintain dominion than he, yet he is fallen from it like a child. For this reason it is that I have picked out him amongst several others that I know of the same humour, for the greatest example. It were matter for a question in the schools, whether he is better thus or otherwise. In his presence all submit to and bow to him, and give so much way to his vanity that nobody ever resists him. He has his fill of a sense of seeming fear, submission, and respect. Does he turn away a servant? He packs up his bundle and is gone, but 'tis no further than just out of his sight. The steps of old age are so slow, the senses so troubled, that he will live and do his old office in the same house a year together without being perceived. After a fit interval of time, letters are pretended to come from a great way off, very humble, suppliant, and full of promises of amendment, by virtue of which he is again received into favour. Does Monsieur make any bargain, or prepare any dispatch that does not please? And causes afterwards forged to excuse the want of execution in the one, or answer in the other. No letters being first brought to him, he never sees any but those that shall seem fit for his knowledge. If by accident they fall first into his own hand, and being used to trust somebody to read them to him, he reads extempore what he thinks fit, and often makes such a one ask him pardon who abuses and rails at him in his letter. In short, he sees nothing but by an image prepared and designed beforehand, and the most satisfactory they can invent, not to rouse and awaken his ill humor and choler. I have seen, under various aspects, enough of these modes of domestic government, long-enduring, constant, to the like effect. End of Section 8. Reading by Malone. Section 9 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of the affection of fathers to their children. Women are ever more addicted to cross their husbands. They lay hold with both hands on all occasions to contradict and oppose them. The first excuse serves for a plenary justification. I have seen one who robbed her husband wholesale, that, as she told her confessor, she might distribute the more liberal alms. Let who will trust to that religious dispensation. No management of affairs seems to them of sufficient dignity if proceeding from the husband's assent. They must usurp it either by insolence or cunning, and always injuriously, or else it has not the grace and authority they desire. When, as in the case I am speaking of, 'tis against a poor old man and for the children, then they make use of this title to serve their passion with glory, and as for a common service, easily cabal and combine against his government and dominion. If they be males grown up in full and flourishing health, they presently corrupt, either by force or favor, steward, receivers, and all the rout. Such as have neither wife nor son do not so easily fall into this misfortune, but withal more cruelly and unworthily. Cato the elder in his time said, "So many servants, so many enemies." Consider then whether, according to the vast difference between the purity of the age he lived in and the corruption of this of ours, he does not seem to show us that wife, son, and servant are so many enemies to us. 'Tis well for old age that it is always accompanied by want of observation, ignorance, and a proneness to being deceived. For should we see how we are used, and would not acquiesce, what would become of us? Especially in such an age as this, where the very judges who are to determine our controversies are usually partisans to the young, and interested in that cause. In case the discovery of this cheating escape me, I cannot at least fail to discern that I am very fit to be cheated. And can a man ever enough exalt the value of a friend in comparison with these civil ties? The very image of it which I see in beasts, so pure and uncorrupted, how religiously do I respect it! If others deceive me, yet do I not at least deceive myself in thinking I am able to defend myself from them, or in cudgelling my brains to make myself so? I protect myself from such treasons in my own bosom, not by an unquiet and tumultuous curiosity, but rather by diversion and resolution. When I hear talk of anyone's condition, I never trouble myself to think of him. I presently turn my eyes upon myself to see in what condition I am. Whatever concerns another relates to me. The accident that has befallen him gives me caution, and rouses me to turn my defense that way. We every day and every hour say things of another that we might properly say of ourselves, could we but apply our observation to our own concerns, as well as extend it to others. And several authors have in this manner prejudiced their own cause by running headlong upon those they attack, and darting those shafts against their enemies that are more properly and with greater advantage to be turned upon themselves. The late Marechal de Montluc, having lost his son, who died in the island of Madeira, in truth a very worthy gentleman and of great expectation, did to me, amongst his other regrets, very much insist upon what a sorrow and heart-breaking it was that he had never made himself familiar with him, and by that humour of paternal gravity and grimace to have lost the opportunity of having an insight into and of well knowing his son, as also of letting him know the extreme affection he had for him, and the worthy opinion he had of his virtue. "That poor boy," said he, "never saw in me other than a stern and disdainful countenance, and has gone in a belief that I neither knew how to love him nor esteem him according to his desert. For whom did I reserve the discovery of that singular affection I had for him in my soul? Was it not he himself who ought to have had all the pleasure of it and all the obligation? I constrained and racked myself to put on and maintain this vain disguise, and have by that means deprived myself of the pleasure of his conversation, and, I doubt, in some measure, his affection, which could not but be very cold to me, having never other from me than austerity, nor felt other than a tyrannical manner of proceeding." Madame de Sévigné tells us that she never read this passage without tears in her eyes. "My God!" she exclaims, "how full is this book of good sense!" Editor. I find this complaint to be rational and rightly apprehended, for as I myself know by too certain experience, there is no so sweet consolation in the loss of friends as the conscience of having had no reserve or secret for them, and to have had with them a perfect and entire communication. Oh, my friend, la Boétie! Am I the better for being sensible of this, or am I the worse? I am, doubtless, much the better. I am consoled and honored in the sorrow for his death. Is it not a pious and pleasing office of my life to be always upon my friend's obsequies? Can there be any joy equal to this privation? I open myself to my family as much as I can, and very willingly let them know the state of my opinion and goodwill towards them, as I do to everybody else. I make haste to bring out and present myself to them, for I will not have them mistaken in me, in anything. Amongst other particular customs of our ancient Gauls, this, as Caesar reports, De Ballo Gallico 6:8, was one that the sons never presented themselves before their fathers, nor durst ever appear in their company in public, till they began to bear arms, as if they would intimate by this that it was also time for their fathers to receive them into their familiarity and acquaintance. I have observed yet another sort of indiscretion in fathers of my time, that, not contented with having deprived their children during their own lives of the share they naturally ought to have had in their fortunes, they afterwards leave to their wives the same authority over their estates, and liberty to dispose of them according to their own fancy. And I have known a certain lord, one of the principal officers of the crown, who, having in reversion above 50,000 crowns yearly revenue, died necessitous and overwhelmed with debt at above 50 years of age, his mother in her extremest decrepitude being yet in possession of all his property by the will of his father, who had, for his part, lived till near 80 years old. This appears to me by no means reasonable, and therefore I think it of very little advantage to a man, whose affairs are well enough, to seek a wife who encumbers his estate with a very great fortune. There is no sort of foreign debt that brings more ruin to families than this. My predecessors have ever been aware of that danger and provided against it, and so have I. But those who dissuade us from which wives, for fear they should be less tractable and kind, are out in their advice to make a man lose a real commodity for so frivolous a conjecture. It costs an unreasonable woman no more to pass over one reason than another. They cherish themselves most where they are most wrong. Injustice allures them, as the honor of their virtuous actions does the good. And the more riches they bring with them, they are so much the more good-natured, as women who are handsome are all the more inclined and proud to be chaste. 'Tis reasonable to leave the administration of affairs to the mothers, till the children are old enough, according to law, to manage them. But the father has brought them up very ill if he cannot hope that, when they come to maturity, they will have more wisdom and ability in the management of affairs than his wife, considering the ordinary weakness of the sex. It were, notwithstanding, to say the truth, more against nature to make the mothers depend upon the discretion of their children. They ought to be plentifully provided for, to maintain themselves according to their quality and age, by reason that necessity and indigence are much more unbecoming and insupportable to them than to men. The son should rather be cut short than the mother. In general, the most judicious distribution of our goods when we come to die is, in my opinion, to let them be distributed according to the custom of the country. The laws have considered the matter better than we know how to do, and 'tis wiser to let them fail in their appointment than rashly to run the hazard of miscarrying in ours. Nor are the goods properly ours, since by civil prescription, and without us, they are all destined to certain successors. And although we have some liberty beyond that, yet I think we ought not, without great and manifest cause, to take away that from one which his fortune has allotted him, and to which the public equity gives him title, and that it is against reason to abuse this liberty, in making it serve our own frivolous and private fancies. My destiny has been kind to me in not presenting me with occasions to tempt me and divert my affection from the common and legitimate institution. I see many with whom 'tis time lost to employ a long exercise of good offices. A word ill taken obliterates 10 years' merit. He is happy who is in a position to oil their goodwill at this last passage. The last action carries it, not the best and most frequent offices, but the most recent and present do the work. These are people that play with their wills as with apples or rods, to gratify or chastise every action of those who pretend to an interest in their care. 'Tis a thing of too great weight and consequence to be so tumbled and tossed and altered every moment, and wherein the wise determine once and for all, having above all things regard to reason and the public observance. We lay these masculine substitutions too much to heart, proposing a ridiculous eternity to our names. We are, moreover, too superstitious in vain conjectures as to the future, that we derive from the words and actions of children. Peradventure they might have done me an injustice in dispossessing me of my right, for having been the most dull and heavy, the most slow and unwilling at my book, not of all my brothers only, but of all the boys in the whole province, whether about learning my lesson or about any bodily exercise. 'Tis a folly to make an election out of the ordinary course upon the credit of these divinations, wherein we are so often deceived. If the ordinary rule of descent were to be violated, and the destinies corrected in the choice they have made of our errors, one might more plausibly do it upon the account of some remarkable and enormous personal deformity, a permanent and incorrigible defect, and in the opinion of us French, who are great admirers of beauty, an important prejudice. The pleasant dialogue between Plato's legislator and his citizens will be an ornament to this place. "What?" said they, feeling themselves about to die. "May we not dispose of our own to whom we please? God, what cruelty that it shall not be lawful for us, according as we have been served and attended in our sickness, in our old age, in our affairs, to give more or less to those whom we have found most diligent about us, at our own fancy and discretion." To which the legislator answers thus: "My friends, who are now, without question, very soon to die, it is hard for you, in the condition you are, either to know yourselves or what is yours, according to the Delphic inscription. I, who make the laws, am of opinion that you neither are yourselves nor your own, nor is that yours of which you are possessed. Both your goods and you belong to your families, as well those past as those to come. But further, both your family and goods much more appertain to the public. Wherefore, lest any flatterer in your old age, or in your sickness, or any passion of your own, should unseasonably prevail with you to make an unjust will, I shall take care to prevent that inconvenience. But, having respect both to the universal interest of the city, and that of your particular family, I shall establish laws, and make it by good reasons appear that private convenience ought to give place to the common benefit. Go then cheerfully where human necessity calls you. It is for me, who regard no more than one thing than the other, and who, as much as in me lies, am provident of the public interest, to have a care as to what you leave behind you. To return to my subject, it appears to me that women are very rarely born to whom the prerogative over men, the maternal and natural excepted, is in any sort due, unless it be for the punishment of such as in some amorous fever have voluntarily submitted themselves to them. But that in no way concerns the old ones, of whom we are now speaking. This consideration it is which has made us so willingly to enact and give force to that law, which was never yet seen by any one, by which women are excluded the succession to our crown, and there is hardly a government in the world where it is not pleaded, as it is here, by the probability of reason that authorizes it, though fortune has given it more credit in some places than others. 'Tis dangerous to leave the disposal of our succession to their judgment, according to the choice they shall make of children, which is often fantastic and unjust. For the irregular appetites and depraved tastes they have during the time of their being with child, they have at all other times in the mind. We commonly see them fond of the most weak, rickety, and deformed children, or of those, if they have such, as are still hanging at the breast. For, not having sufficient force of reason to choose and embrace that which is most worthy, they the more willingly suffer themselves to be carried away where the impressions of nature are most alone, like animals that know their young no longer than they give them suck. As to the rest, it is easy by experience to be discerned that this natural affection to which we give so great authority has but very weak roots. For our very little profit, we every day tear their own children out of the mother's arms, and make them take ours in their room. We make them abandon their own to some pitiful nurse, to whom we disdain to commit ours, or to some she-goat, forbidding them not only to give them suck, what danger soever they run thereby, but moreover to take any manner of care of them, that they may wholly be occupied with the care of and attendance upon ours. And we see in most of them an adulterate affection, more vehement than the natural, begotten by custom toward the foster children, and a greater solicitude for the preservation of those they have taken charge of than of their own. And that which I was saying of goats was, upon this account, that it is ordinary all about where I live to see the countrywomen, when they want milk of their own for their children, to call goats to their assistance. And I have at this hour 2 men-servants that never sucked women's milk more than 8 days after they were born. These goats are immediately taught to come to suckle the little children, know their voices when they cry, and come running to them. If any other than this foster child be presented to them, they refuse to let it suck, and the child in like manner will refuse to suck another goat. I saw one the other day from whom they had taken away the goat that used to nourish it, by reason the father had only borrowed it of a neighbor. The child would not touch any other they could bring, and died, doubtless, of hunger. Beasts as easily alter and corrupt their natural affection as we. I believe that in what Herodotus relates of a certain district of Libya, there are many mistakes. He says that the women are there in common, but that the child, so soon as it can go, finds him out in the crowd for his father, to whom he is first led by his natural inclination. Now, to consider this simple reason for loving our children, that we have begot them, therefore calling them our second selves, it appears, methinks, that there is another kind of production proceeding from us, that is of no less recommendation. For that which we engender by the soul, the issue of our understanding, courage, and abilities, springs from nobler parts than those of the body, and that are much more our own. We are both father and mother in this generation. These cost us a great deal more, and bring us more honor, if they have anything of good in them. For the value of our other children is much more theirs than ours. The share we have in them is very little, but of these all the beauty, all the grace and value are ours, and also they more vividly represent us than the others. Plato adds that these are immortal children that immortalize and deify their fathers, as Lycurgus, Solon, Minos. Now, histories being full of examples of the common affection of fathers to their children, it seems not altogether improper to introduce some few of this other kind. Heliodorus, that good bishop of Trica, rather chose to lose the dignity, profit, and devotion of so venerable a prelacy, than to lose his daughter, a daughter that continues to this day very grateful and comely, but peradventure a little too curiously and wantonly tricked, and too amorous for an ecclesiastical and sacerdotal daughter. There was one Labienus at Rome, a man of great worth and authority, and amongst other qualities excellent in all sorts of literature, who was, as I take it, the son of that great Labienus, the chief of Caesar's captains in the wars of Gaul, and who afterwards, siding with Pompey the Great, so valiantly maintained his cause till he was by Caesar defeated in Spain. This Labienus, of whom I am now speaking, had several enemies, envious of his good qualities, and, 'tis likely, the courtiers and minions of the emperors of his time, who were very angry at his freedom, and the paternal humour which he yet retained against tyranny, with which, it is to be supposed, he had tinctured his books and writings. His adversaries prosecuted several pieces he had published before the magistrates at Rome, and prevailed so far against him as to have them condemned to the fire. It was in him that this new example of punishment was begun, which was afterwards continued against others at Rome, to punish even writing and studies with death. There would not be means and matter enough of cruelty did we not mix with them things that nature has exempted from all sense and suffering, as reputation and the products of the mind, and did we not communicate corporal punishments to the teachings and monuments of the Muses. Now Labienus could not suffer this loss, nor survive these his so dear issue, and therefore caused himself to be conveyed and shut up alive in the monument of his ancestors, where he made shift to kill and bury himself at once. 'Tis hard to show a more vehement paternal affection than this. Cassius Severus, a man of great eloquence and his very intimate friend, seeing his books burned, cried out that by the same sentence they should as well condemn him to the fire too, seeing that he had carried in his memory all that they contained. The like accident befell Cremutius Cordus, who, being accused of having in his books commended Brutus and Cassius, that dirty, servile, and corrupt senate, worthy a worse master than Tiberius, condemned his writings to the flame. He was willing to bear them company, and killed himself with fasting. The good Lucan, being condemned by that rascal Nero at the last gasp of his life, when the greater part of his blood was already spent through the veins of his arms, which he had caused his physician to open to make him die, and when the cold had seized upon all his extremities and began to approach his vital parts, the last thing he had in his memory was some of the verses of his Battle of Pharsalia, which he recited, dying with them in his mouth. What was this but taking a tender and paternal leave of his children, in imitation of the valedictions and embraces wherewith we part from ours when we come to die, and an effect of that natural inclination that suggests to our remembrance in this extremity those things which were dearest to us during the time of our life. Can we believe that Epicurus, who, as he says himself, dying of the intolerable pain of the stone, had all his consolation in the beauty of the doctrine he left behind him, could have received the same satisfaction from many children, though never so well conditioned and brought up, had he had them, as he did from the production of so many rich writings, or that, had it been in his choice to have left behind him a deformed and untoward child, or a foolish and ridiculous book, he, or any other man of his understanding, would not rather have chosen to have run the first misfortune than the other. It had been, for example, peradventure, an impiety in St. Augustine, if, on the one hand, it had been proposed to him to bury his writings, from which religion has received so great fruit, or on the other to bury his children, had he had them, had he not rather chosen to bury his children. And I know not whether I had not much rather have begot a very beautiful one through society with the Muses, than by lying with my wife. To this, such as it is, what I give it I give absolutely irrevocably, as men do to their bodily children. That little I have done for it is no more at my own disposal. It may know many things that are gone from me, and from me hold that which I have not retained, and which, as well as a stranger, I should borrow thence, should I stand in need. If I am wiser than my book, it is richer than I. There are few men addicted to poetry who would not much be prouder to be the father to the Aeneid than to the handsomest youth of Rome, and who would not much better bear the loss of the one than the other. For according to Aristotle, the poet, of all artificers, is the fondest of his work. 'Tis hard to believe that Epaminondas, who boasted that in lieu of all posterity he left 2 daughters behind him that would one day do their father honor, meaning the 2 victories he obtained over the Lacedaemonians, would willingly have consented to exchange these for the most beautiful creatures of all Greece, or that Alexander or Caesar ever wished to be deprived of the grandeur of their glorious exploits in war, for the convenience of children and heirs, how perfect and accomplished soever. Nay, I make a great question whether Phidias or any other excellent sculptor would be so solicitous of the preservation and continuance of his natural children as he would be of a rare statue, which with long labor and study he had perfected according to art. And to those furious and irregular passions that have sometimes inflamed fathers towards their own daughters, and mothers towards their own sons, the like is also found in this other sort of parentage. Witness what is related of Pygmalion, who, having made the statue of a woman of singular beauty, fell so passionately in love with this work of art, that the gods, in favor of his passion, inspired it with light. Tentantum molescerebur positoque rigore subsitit digitis. The ivory grows soft under his touch and yields to his fingers. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 10:238. End of section 9. Reading by Malone. Section 10 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Malone. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of the Arms of the Parthians. 'Tis an ill custom and unmanly that the gentlemen of our time have got, not to put on arms but just upon the point of the most extreme necessity, and to lay them by again so soon as ever there is any show of the danger being over. Hence many disorders arise, for every one bustling and running to his arms just when he should go to charge, has his cuirass to buckle on when his companions are already put to rout. Our ancestors were wont to give their headpiece, lance, and gauntlets to be carried, but never put off the other pieces so long as there was any work to be done. Our troops are now cumbered and rendered unsightly with the clutter of baggage and servants, who cannot be from their masters, by reason they carry their arms. Titus Livius, speaking of our nation, intolerantissima laboris corpora vix arma humeris gerebant. Bodies most impatient of labor could scarce endure to wear their arms on their shoulders. Livy 10:28. Many nations do yet, and did anciently, go to war without defensive arms, or with such at least as were of very little proof. Tegmeneques capitum raptus de subere cortex, to whom the coverings of the heads were the bark of the cork tree. Aeneid 7:742. Alexander, the most adventurous captain that ever was, very seldom wore armor, and such amongst us as slight it do not by that much harm to the main concern. For if we see some killed for want of it, there are few less whom the lumber of arms helps to destroy, either by being overburdened, crushed and cramped with their weight, by a rude shock, or otherwise. For, in plain truth, to observe the weight and thickness of the armor we have now in use, it seems as if we only sought to defend ourselves, and are rather loaded than secured by it. We have enough to do to support its weight, being so manacled and immured, as if we were only to contend with our own arms, and as if we had not the same obligation to defend them that they have to defend us. Tacitus gives a pleasant description of the men-at-arms among our ancient Gauls, who were so armed as only to be able to stand, without power to harm or to be harmed, or to rise again if once struck down. Lucullus, seeing certain soldiers of the Medes who formed the van of Tigranes' army, heavily armed and very uneasy, as if in prisons of iron, thence conceived hopes with great ease to defeat them, and by them began his charge and victory. And now that our musketeers are in credit, I believe some invention will be found out to immure us for our safety, and to draw us to the war in castles, such as those the ancients loaded their elephants withal. This humor is far differing from that of the younger Scipio, who sharply reprehended his soldiers for having planted caltrops under water, in a ditch by which those of the town he held besieged might sally out upon him, saying that those who assaulted should think of attacking, and not to fear, suspecting with good reason that this stop they had put to the enemies would make themselves less vigilant upon their guard. He said also to a young man who showed him a fine buckler he had, that he was very proud of, "It is a very fine buckler indeed, but a Roman soldier ought to repose greater confidence in his right hand than in his left." Now, 'tis nothing but the not being used to wear it that makes the weight of our armor so intolerable. L'usbergo indosso Aviano, e l'elmo in testa, due di questi guerrieri de quali io canto, né notti o dì, da poi c'entrare in questa stanza, gli Aviano mai messi da canto, che facili a portar come la veste era lor, perché in uso l'avian tanto. Two of the warriors of whom I sing had on their backs their cuirass and on their heads their casque, and never had night or day once laid them by, whilst here they were. Those arms by long practice were grown as light to bear as garment. Ariosto, Canto 1001:30. The Emperor Caracalla was wont to march on foot, completely armed, at the head of his army. The Roman infantry always carried not only a morion, a sword, and a shield, for as to arms, says Cicero, they were so accustomed to have them always on, that they were no more trouble to them than their own limbs. Arma in membra milites esse dicunt. but moreover 15 days' provision, together with a certain number of stakes wherewith to fortify their camp, 60 pounds in weight. And Marius soldiers, laden at the same rate, were inured to march in order of battle 5 leagues in 5 hours, and sometimes, upon any urgent occasion, 6. Their military discipline was much ruder than ours, and accordingly produced much greater effects. The younger Scipio, reforming his army in Spain, ordered his soldiers to eat standing, and nothing that was dressed. The jeer that was given a Lacedaemonian soldier is marvellously pat to this purpose, who, in an expedition of war, was reproached for having been seen under the roof of a house. They were so inured to hardship that, let the weather be what it would, it was a shame to be seen under any other cover than the roof of heaven. We should not march our people very far at that rate. As to what remains, Marcellinus, a man bred up in the Roman wars, curiously observed the manner of the Parthians arming themselves, and the rather for being so different from that of the Romans. They had, says he, armor so woven as to have all the scales fall over one another like so many little feathers, which did nothing hinder the motion of the body, and yet were of such resistance that our darts, hitting upon them, would rebound. These were the coats of mail our forefathers were so constantly wont to use. And in another place, they had, says he, strong and able horses, covered with thick tanned hides of leather, and were themselves armed cap à pied with great plates of iron, so artificially ordered that in all parts of the limbs which required bending they lent themselves to the motion. One would have said that they had been men of iron, having armor for the head so neatly fitted, and so naturally representing the form of a face, that they were nowhere vulnerable save at 2 little round holes that gave them a little light, corresponding with their eyes, and certain small chinks about their nostrils, through which they with great difficulty breathed. Flexulis inductis animatur lamina membris, horribilis visu, credas simulacrum onebri feria, cognatoque vido spirare metallo. Parvestitus equis, ferrata fronte minantur, ferratosque movent securi vulnerus armos. Plates of steel are placed over the body, so flexible that, dreadful to be seen, you would think these not living men but moving images. The horses are similarly armed, and secured from wounds, move their iron shoulders. Claudius in Rufinum, 2, 358. 'Tis a description drawing very near resembling the equipage of the men-at-arms in France, with their barded horses. Plutarch says that Demetrius caused 2 complete suits of armor to be made for himself and for Alcimus, a captain of the greatest note and authority about him, of 60 pounds weight each, whereas the ordinary suits weighed but half as much. End of section 10. Reading by Malone. Section 11 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. Essays, Book 2, by Michel de Montaigne, translated by Charles Cotton. Of books. I make no doubt but that I often happen to speak of things that are much better and more truly handled by those who are masters of the trade. You have here purely an essay of my natural parts, and not of those acquired. And whoever shall catch me tripping in ignorance will not in any sort get the better of me, for I should be very unwilling to become responsible to another for my writings, who am not so to myself, nor satisfied with them. Whoever goes in quest of knowledge, let him fish for it where it is to be found. There's nothing I so little profess. These are fancies of my own, by which I do not pretend to discover things, but to lay open myself. They may peradventure one day be known to me, or have formerly been, according as fortune has been able to bring me in place where they have been explained. But I have utterly forgotten it, and if I am a man of some reading, I am a man of no retention, so that I can promise no certainty, more than to make known to what point the knowledge I now have has risen. Therefore, let none lay stress upon the matter I write, but upon my method of writing it. Let them observe in what I borrow, if I have known how to choose what is proper to raise or to help the invention, which is always my own. For I make others say for me, not before but after me, what, either for want of language or want of sense, I cannot myself so well express. I do not number my borrowings, I weigh them, and had I designed to raise their value by number, I had made them twice as many. They are all, or within a very few, so famed and ancient authors that they seem, methinks, themselves sufficiently to tell who they are, without giving me the trouble. In reasons, comparisons, and arguments, if I transplant any into my own soil, and confound them amongst my own, I purposely conceal the author, to awe the temerity of those precipitate censors who fall upon all sorts of writings, particularly the late ones, of men yet living, and in the vulgar tongue which puts every one into a capacity of criticizing, and which seem to convict the conception and design as vulgar also. I will have them give Plutarch a fillip on my nose, and rail against Seneca when they think they rail at me. I must shelter my own weakness under these great reputations. I shall love anyone that can unplume me, that is, by clearness of understanding and judgment, and by the sole distinction of the force and beauty of the discourse. For I who, for want of memory, am at every turn at a loss to, pick them out of their national livery, am yet wise enough to know, by the measure of mine own abilities, that my soil is incapable of producing any of those rich flowers that I find growing there, and that all the fruits of my own growth are not worth any one of them. For this indeed I hold myself responsible. If I get in my own way, if there be any vanity and defect in my writings which I do not of myself perceive nor can discern when pointed out to me by another, for many faults escape our eye, but the infirmity of judgment consists in not being able to discern them, when by another laid open to us. Knowledge and truth may be in us without judgment, and judgment also without them. But the confession of ignorance is one of the finest and surest testimonies of judgment that I know. I have no other officer to put my writings in rank and file, but only fortune. As things come into my head, I heap them one on another. Sometimes they advance in whole bodies, sometimes in single file. I would that every one should see my natural and ordinary pace, irregular as it is. I suffer myself to jog on at my own rate. Neither are these subjects which a man is not permitted to be ignorant in, or casually and at a venture to discourse of. I could wish to have a more perfect knowledge of things, but I will not buy it so dear as it costs. My design is to pass over easily, and not laboriously, the remainder of my life. There's nothing that I will cudgel my brains about. No, not even knowledge, of what value soever. I seek, in the reading of books, only to please myself by an honest diversion. Or, if I study, 'tis for no other science than what treats of the knowledge of myself, and instructs me how to die and how to live well. Hos meus ad metas sudet oportet equus. My horse must work according to my step. Propertius 4. I do not bite my nails about the difficulties I meet with in my reading. After a charge or two, I give them over. Should I insist upon them, I should both lose myself and time, for I have an impatient understanding that must be satisfied at first. What I do not discern at once is by persistence rendered more obscure. I do nothing without gaiety. Continuation and a too obstinate endeavor darkens, stupefies, and tries my judgment. My sight is confounded and dissipated with poring. I must withdraw it, and refer my discovery to new attempts. Just as, to judge rightly of the luster of scarlet, we are taught to pass the eye lightly over it, and again to run it over at several sudden and reiterated glances. If one book do not please me, I take another, and I never meddle with any but at such times as I am weary of doing nothing. I care not much for new ones, because the old seem fuller and stronger. Neither do I converse much with Greek authors, because my judgment cannot do its work with imperfect intelligence of the material. Amongst books that are simply pleasant, of the moderns, Boccaccio's Decameron, Rabelais, and the Bossi of Johannes Secundus, if those may be ranged under the title, are worth reading for amusement. As to the Amadis and such kind of stuff, they had not the credit of arresting even my childhood. And I will moreover say, whether boldly or rashly, that this old heavy soul of mine is now no longer tickled with Aristo, no, nor with the worthy Ovid. His facility and inventions, with which I was formerly so ravished, are now of no more relish, and I can hardly have the patience to read them. I speak my opinion freely of all things, even of those that perhaps exceed my capacity, and that I do not conceive to be in any wise under my jurisdiction. And, accordingly, the judgment I deliver is to show the measure of my own sight, and not of the things I make so bold to criticize. When I find myself disgusted with Plato's Axiochus, as with a work, with due respect to such an author be it spoken, without force, my judgment does not believe itself. It is not so arrogant as to oppose the authority of so many other famous judgments of antiquity, which it considers as its tutors and masters, and with whom it is rather content to err. In such a case, it condemns itself either to stop at the outward bark, not being able to penetrate to the heart, or to consider it by sortie false light. It is content with only securing itself from trouble and disorder. As to its own weakness, it frankly acknowledges and confesses it. It thinks it gives a just interpretation to the appearances by its conceptions presented to it, but they are weak and imperfect. Most of the fables of Aesop have diverse senses and meanings, of which the mythologists choose some one that quadrates well to the fable, but, for the most part, 'Tis but the first face that presents itself, and is superficial only. There yet remain others more vivid, essential, and profound, into which they have not been able to penetrate. And just so 'tis with me. But, to pursue the business of this essay, I have always thought that in poesy Virgil, Lucretius, Catullus, and Horace by many degrees excel the rest, and signally Virgil in his Georgics, which I look upon as the most accomplished piece in poetry, and in comparison of which a man may easily discern that there are some places in his Aeneids to which the author would have given a little more of the file, had he had leisure, and the 5th book of his Aeneids seems to me the most perfect. I also love Lucan, and willingly read him, not so much for his style as for his own worth and the truth and solidity of his opinions and judgments. As for good Terence, the refined elegance and grace of the Latin tongue, I find him admirable in his vivid representation of our manners and the movements of the soul. Our actions throw me at every turn upon him, and I cannot read him so often that I do not still discover some new grace and beauty. Such as lived near Virgil's time complain that some should compare Lucretius to him. I am of the opinion that the comparison is, in truth, very unequal. I believe that, nevertheless, I have much ado to assure myself in when I come upon some excellent passage in Lucretius. But if they were so angry at this comparison, what would they say to the brutish and barbarous stupidity of those who nowadays compare him with Ariosto? Would not Ariosto himself say, O seclum incipiens et inficetum? O stupid and tasteless age. Catullus 43:8. I think the ancients had more reason to be angry with those who compared Plautus with Terence, though much nearer the mark, than Lucretius with Virgil. It makes much for the estimation and preference of Terence that the father of Roman eloquence has him so often, and alone of his class, in his mouth, and the opinion that the best judge of Roman poets, Horace De Arte Poetica 279, has passed upon his companion. I have often observed that those of our times who take upon them to write comedies, in imitation of the Italians, who are happy enough in that way of writing, take 3 or 4 plots of those of Plautus or Terence to make one of their own, and crowd 5 or 6 of Boccaccio's novels into one single comedy. That which makes them so load themselves with matter is the diffidence they have of being able to support themselves with their own strength. They must find out something to lean to, and not having of their own stuff wherewith to entertain us, they bring in the story to supply the defect of language. It is quite otherwise with my author. The elegance and perfection of his way of speaking makes us lose the appetite of his plot. His refined grace and elegance of diction everywhere occupy us. He is so pleasant throughout. Liquidus, puroque similimus omni. Liquid and likest the purer river. Horace, Epistolae 2:120. And so possesses the soul with his graces that we forget those of his fable. This same consideration carries me further. I observe that the best of the ancient poets have avoided affectation in the hunting after not only fantastic Spanish and Petrarchic elevations, but even the softer and more gentle touches, which are the ornament of all succeeding poesy. And yet there is no good judgment that will condemn this in the ancients, and that does not incomparably more admire the equal polish and that perpetual sweetness and flourishing beauty of Catullus's epigrams than all the stings with which Martial arms the tales of his. This is by the same reason that I gave before, as Martial says of himself, minus illi ingenio laborandum fuit, in cuius locum materia successerit. He had the less for his wit to do that the subject itself supplied what was necessary. Martial, Praefatio ad librum, Act 8. The first, without being moved, or without getting angry, make themselves sufficiently felt. They have matter enough of laughter throughout. They need not tickle themselves. The others have need of foreign assistance. As they have the less wit, they must have the more body. They mount on horseback, because they are not able to stand on their own legs. As in our balls, those mean fellows who teach to dance, not being able to represent the presence and dignity of our noblesse, are fain to put themselves forward with dangerous jumping and other strange motions and tumblers' tricks. And the ladies are less put to it in dance, where there are various coupés, changes, and quick motions of body, than in some other of a more sedate kind, where they are only to move a natural pace, and represent their ordinary grace and presence. And so I have seen good drolls, when in their own everyday clothes, and with the same face they always wear, give us all the pleasure of their art, when their apprentices, not yet arrived at such a pitch of perfection, are fain to meal their faces, put themselves into ridiculous disguises, and make 100 grotesque faces to give us whereat to laugh. This conception of mine is nowhere more demonstrable than in comparing the Aeneid with Orlando Furioso, of which we see the first, by dint of wing, flying in a brave and lofty place, and always following his point. The latter fluttering and hopping from tail to tail, as from branch to branch, not daring to trust his wings, but in very short flights, and perching at every turn, lest his breath and strength should fail. Excursusque breves tentat, and he attempts short excursions. Virgil, Georgics, 4:194. These, then, as to this sort of subjects, are the authors that best please me. As to what concerns my other reading, that mixes a little more profit with the pleasure, and whence I learn how to marshal my opinions and conditions, the books that serve me to this purpose are Plutarch, since he has been translated into French, and Seneca. Both of these have this notable convenience suited to my humor, that the knowledge I there seek is discoursed in loose pieces that do not require from me any trouble of reading long, of which I am incapable. Such are the minor works of the first and of the epistles of the latter, which are the best and most profiting of all their writings. 'Tis no great attempt to take one of them in hand, and I give over at pleasure, for they have no sequence or dependence upon one another. These authors, for the most part, concur in useful and true opinions, and there is this parallel betwixt them, that fortune brought them into the world about the same century. They were both tutors to 2 Roman emperors, both sought out from foreign countries, both rich and both great men. Their instruction is the cream of philosophy, and delivered after a plain and pertinent manner. Plutarch is more uniform and constant, Seneca more various and waving. The last toiled and bent his whole strength to fortify virtue against weakness, fear, and vicious appetites. The other seems more to slight their power, and to disdain to alter his pace, and to stand upon his guard. Plutarch's opinions are Platonic, gentle, and accommodated to civil society. Those of the other are stoical and Epicurean, more remote from the common use, but, in my opinion, more individually commodious and more firm. Seneca seems to lean a little to the tyranny of the emperors of his time, and only seems, for I take it for certain that he speaks against his judgment when he condemns the action of the generous murderers of Caesar. Plutarch is frank throughout. Seneca abounds with brisk touches and sallies, Plutarch with things that warm and move you more. This contents and pays you better. He guides us, the other pushes us on. As to Cicero, his works that are most useful to my design are they that treat of manners and rules of our life. But, boldly to confess the truth, for since one has passed the barriers of impudence, there is no bridle, his way of writing appears to be negligent and uninviting, for his prefaces, definitions, divisions, and etymologies take up the greatest part of his work. Whatever there is of life and marrow is smothered and lost in the long preparation. When I have spent an hour in reading him, which is a great deal for me, and try to recollect what I have thence extracted of juice and substance, for the most part I find nothing but wind, for he has not yet come to the arguments that serve to his purpose, and to the reasons that properly help to form the knot I seek. For me, who only desire to become more wise, not more learned or eloquent, these logical and Aristotelian dispositions of parts are of no use. I would have a man begin with the main proposition. I know well enough what death and pleasure are. Let no man give himself the trouble to anatomize them to me. I look for good and solid reasons, at the first dash, to instruct me how to stand their shock, for which purpose neither grammatical subtleties nor the quaint contexture of words and argumentations are of any use at all. I am for discourses that give the first charge into the heart of the redoubt. His languish about the subject. They are proper for the schools, for the bar, and for the pulpit, where we have leisure to nod, and may awake a quarter of an hour after, time enough to find again the thread of the discourse. It is necessary to speak after this manner to judges, whom a man has a design to gain over, right or wrong, to children and common people, to whom a man must say all, and see what will come of it. I would not have an author make it his business to render me attentive, or that he should cry out 50 times, Oyez, as the heralds do. The Romans, in their religious exercises, began with hoc age, as we in ours do with sursum corda. These are so many words lost to me. I come already fully prepared from my chamber. I need no allurement, no invitation, no sauce. I eat the meat raw, so that, instead of whetting my appetite by these preparatives, they tire and pall it. Will the license of the time excuse my sacrilegious boldness if I censure the dialogism of Plato himself as also dull and heavy, too much stifling the matter, and lament so much time lost by a man who had so many better things to say, in so many long and needless preliminary interlocutions? My ignorance will better excuse me in that I understand not Greek so well as to discern the beauty of his language. I generally choose books that use sciences, not such as only lead to them. The two first, and Pliny, and their like, have nothing of this hoc age. They will have to do with men already instructed, or if they have, 'tis a substantial hoc age, and that has a body by itself. I also delight in reading the epistles to Atticus, not only because they contain a great deal of the history and affairs of his time, but much more because I therein discover much of his own private humours. For I have a singular curiosity, as I have said elsewhere, to pry into the souls and the natural and true opinions of the authors with whom I converse. A man may indeed judge of their parts, but not of their manners, nor of themselves, by the writings they exhibit upon the theatre of the world. I have 1,000 times lamented the loss of the treatise Brutus wrote upon virtue, for it is well to learn the theory from those who best know the practice. But seeing the matter preached and the preacher are different things, I would as willingly see Brutus in Plutarch as in a book of his own. I would rather choose to be certainly informed of the conference he had in his tent with some particular friends of his the night before a battle than of the harangue he made the next day to his army, and of what he did in his closet and his chamber than what he did in the public square and in the Senate. As to Cicero, I am of the common opinion that, learning excepted, he had no great natural excellence. He was a good citizen, of an affable nature, as all fat, heavy men, such as he was, usually are, but given to ease, and had, in truth, a mighty share of vanity and ambition. Neither do I know how to excuse him for thinking his poetry fit to be published. 'Tis no great imperfection to make ill verses, but it is an imperfection not to be able to judge how unworthy his verses were of the glory of his name. For what concerns his eloquence, that is totally out of all comparison, and I believe it will never be equalled. The younger Cicero, who resembled his father in nothing but in name, whilst commanding in Asia, had several strangers one day at his table, and, amongst the rest, Cestius seated at the lower end, as men often intrude to the open tables of the great. Cicero asked one of his people who that man was, who presently told him his name. But he, as one who had his thoughts taken up with something else, and who had forgotten the answer made him, asking 3 or 4 times over and over again the same question, the fellow, to deliver himself from so many answers, and to make him know him by some particular circumstance, "'Tis that Cestius," said he, "of whom it was told you that he makes no great account of your father's eloquence in comparison of his own." At which Cicero, being suddenly nettled, commanded poor Cestius presently to be seized, and caused him to be very well whipped in his own presence. A very discourteous entertainer. Yet, even amongst those who, all things considered, have reputed his eloquence incomparable, there have been some who have not stuck to observe some faults in it, as that great Brutus his friend, for example, who said, "'Twas a broken and feeble eloquence, fractam et elumbem." The orders also, nearest to the age wherein he lived, reprehended in him the care he had of a certain long cadence in his periods, and particularly took notice of these words, esse videatur, which he there so often makes use of. For my part, I more approve of a shorter style, and that comes more roundly off. He does, though, sometimes shuffle his parts more briskly together, but 'tis very seldom. I have myself taken notice of this one passage. Ego vero me minus diu senem malem, quam esse senem ante quam essem. I had rather be old a brief time than be old before old age. Cicero, De Senectute, 10. The historians are my right ball, for they are pleasant and easy, and where man in general, the knowledge of whom I hunt after, appears more vividly and entire than anywhere else. The easiest of my amusements, the right ball at tennis, being that which, coming to the player from the right hand, is much easier played with. Cost. The variety and truth of his internal qualities, in gross and piecemeal, the diversity of means by which he is united and knit, and the accidents that threaten him. Now those that write lives, by reason they insist more upon counsels than events, more upon what sallies from within than upon what happens without, are the most proper for my reading, and therefore, above all others, Plutarch is the man for me. I am very sorry we have not a dozen Laertii. Diogenes Laertius, who wrote the lives of the philosophers, or that he was not further extended, for I am equally curious to know the lives and fortunes of these great instructors of the world, as to know the diversities of their doctrines and opinions. In this kind of study of histories, a man must tumble over, without distinction, all sorts of authors, old and new, French or foreign, there to know the things of which they variously treat. But Caesar, in my opinion, particularly deserves to be studied, not for the knowledge of the history only, but for himself, so great an excellence and perfection he has above all the rest. Though Sallust be one of the number, in earnest, I read this author with more reverence and respect than is usually allowed to human writings. One, while considering him in his person, by his actions and miraculous greatness, and another in the purity and inimitable polish of his language, wherein he not only excels all other historians, as Cicero confesses, but, peradventure, even Cicero himself. Speaking of his enemies with so much sincerity in his judgment that the false colours with which he strives to palliate his evil cause, and the ordure of his pestilent ambition accepted, I think there is no fault to be objected against him, saving this, that he speaks too sparingly of himself, seeing so many great things could not have been performed under his conduct, but that his own personal acts must necessarily have had a greater share in them than he attributes to them. I love historians, whether of the simple sort or of the higher order. The simple, who have nothing of their own to mix with it, and who only make it their business to collect all that comes to their knowledge, and faithfully to record all things, without choice or discrimination, leave to us the entire judgment of discerning the truth. Such, for example, amongst others, is honest Froissart, who has proceeded in his understanding with so frank a plainness that, having committed an error, he is not ashamed to confess and correct it in the place where the finger has been laid, and who represents to us even the variety of rumors that were then spread abroad, and the different reports that were made to him. 'Tis the naked and informed matter of history, and of which every one may make his profit according to his understanding. The more excellent sort of historians have judgment to pick out what is most worthy to be known, and of two reports, to examine which is the most likely to be true. From the condition of princes and their humours they conclude their counsels, and attribute to them words proper for the occasion. Such have title to assume the authority of regulating our belief to what they themselves believe. But certainly this privilege belongs to very few. For the middle sort of historians, of which the most part are, they spoil all. They will chew our meat for us. They take upon them to judge of, and consequently to incline the history to their own fancy. For if the judgment lean to one side, a man cannot avoid wresting and writhing his narrative to that bias. They undertake to select things worthy to be known, and yet often conceal from us such a word, such a private action, as would much better instruct us. Omit as incredible such things as they do not understand, and peradventure some because they cannot express good French or Latin. Let them display their eloquence and intelligence, and judge according to their own fancy, but let them withal leave us something to judge of after them, and neither alter nor disguise, by their abridgments, and at their own choice, anything of the substance of the matter, but deliver it to us pure and entire in all its dimensions. For the most part, and especially in these latter ages, persons are culled out for this work from amongst the common people, upon the sole consideration of well speaking, as if we were to learn grammar from them, and the men so chosen have fair reason, being hired for no other end, and pretending to nothing but babble, not to be very solicitous of any part but that, and so, with a fine jingle of words, prepare us a pretty contexture of reports they pick up in the streets. The only good histories are those that have been written by those themselves who held command in the affairs whereof they write, or who participated in the conduct of them, or at least who have had the conduct of others of the same nature. Such are almost all the Greek and Roman historians, for several eyewitnesses having written of the same subject, at the time when grandeur and learning commonly met in the same person, if there happen to be an error, it must of necessity be a very slight one, and upon a very doubtful incident. What can a man expect from a physician who writes of war, or from a mere scholar treating of the designs of princes? If we could take notice how scrupulous the Romans were in this, there would need but this example. Asinius Pollio found in the histories of Caesar himself something misreported, a mistake occasioned, either by reason he could not have his eye in all parts of his army at once, and had given credit to some individual persons who had not delivered him a very true account, or else for not having had too perfect notice given him by his lieutenants of what they had done in his absence. Suetonius, Life of Caesar, 56. By which we may see whether the inquisition after truth be not very delicate, when a man cannot believe the report of a battle from the knowledge of him who there commanded, nor from the soldiers who were engaged in it, unless, after the method of a judicial inquiry, the witnesses be confronted and objections considered upon the proof of the least detail of every incident. In good earnest, the knowledge we have of our own affairs is much more obscure, but that has been sufficiently handled by Baudin, and according to my own sentiment. In the work by Jean Baudin, entitled Methodus ad Facilem Historiarum Cognitionem, 1566, a little to aid the weakness of my memory, so extreme that it has happened to me more than once to take books again into my hand as new and unseen that I had carefully read over a few years before and scribbled with my notes. I have adopted a custom of late to note at the end of every book, that is, of those I never intend to read again, the time when I made an end on it, and the judgment I had made of it, to the end that this might at least represent to me the character and general idea I had conceived of the author in reading it, and I will here transcribe some of those annotations. I wrote this some 10 years ago in my Guicciardini. Of what language soever my books speak to me in, I always speak to them in my own. He is a diligent historiographer, from whom, in my opinion, a man may learn the truth of the affairs of his time, as exactly as from any other, in the most of which he was himself also a personal actor, and in honorable command. There is no appearance that he disguised anything, either upon the account of hatred, favor, or vanity, of which the free censures he passes upon the great ones, and particularly those by whom he was advanced and employed in commands of great trust and honor, as Pope Clement VII, give ample testimony. As to that part which he thinks himself the best at, namely his digressions and discourses, he has indeed some very good, and enriched with fine features, but he is too fond of them, for to leave nothing unsaid, having a subject so full, ample, and almost infinite, he degenerates into pedantry, and smacks a little of scholastic prattle. I have also observed this in him, that of so many souls and so many effects, so many motives and so many counsels as he judges, he never attributes any one to virtue, religion, or conscience, as if all these were utterly extinct in the world. And of all the actions, how brave soever in outward show they appear in themselves, he always refers the cause and motive to some vicious occasion, or some prospect of profit. It is impossible to imagine but that amongst such an infinite number of actions as he makes mention of, there must be some one produced by the way of honest reason. No corruption could so universally have infected men that some one would not escape the contagion, which makes me suspect that his own taste was vicious, whence it might happen that he judged other men by himself. In my Philippe de Comines there is this written: "You will find here the language sweet and delightful, of a natural simplicity, the narration pure, with the good faith of the author conspicuous therein, free from vanity when speaking of himself, and from affection or envy when speaking of others. His discourses and exhortations rather accompanied with zeal and truth than with any exquisite sufficiency, and throughout authority and gravity, which bespeak him a man of good extraction, and brought up in great affairs." Upon the memoirs of Monsieur du Bellay I find this: "'Tis always pleasant to read things written by those that have experienced how they ought to be carried on, but withal it cannot be denied but there is a manifest decadence in these two lords, Martin du Bellay and Guillaume de Lagny, brothers who jointly wrote the memoirs, from the freedom and liberty of writing that shine in the elder historians, such as the Sire de Joinville, the familiar companion of Saint Louis, Eginhard, Chancellor to Charlemagne, and of later date Philippe de Comines. What we have here is rather an apology for King Francis against the Emperor Charles V than history. I will not believe that they have falsified anything as a matter of fact, but they make a common practice of twisting the judgment of events, very often contrary to reason, to our advantage, and of omitting whatsoever is ticklish to be handled in the life of their master. Witness the proceedings of Messieurs de Montmorency and of de Biron, which are here omitted. Nay, so much as the very name of Madame d'Estampes is not here to be found. Secret actions an historian may conceal, but to pass over in silence what all the world knows, and things that have drawn after them public and such high consequences, is an inexcusable defect. In fine, whoever has a mind to have a perfect knowledge of King Francis and the events of his reign, let him seek it elsewhere, if my advice may prevail. The only profit a man can reap from these memoirs is in the special narrative of battles and other exploits of war, wherein these gentlemen were personally engaged, in some words and private actions of the princes of their time, and in the treaties and negotiations carried on by the Seigneur de Lagny, where there are everywhere things worthy to be known, and discourses above the vulgar strain. End of section 11. Reading by Malone.
Section 12 of Essays, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Essays, Book 2 by Michel de Montaigne. Translated by Charles Cotton. Of Cruelty. I fancy virtue to be something else, and something more noble, than good nature, and the mere propension to goodness that we are born into the world withal. Well disposed and well descended souls pursue, indeed, the same methods, and represent in their actions the same face that virtue itself does, but the word virtue imports, I know not what, more great and active than merely for a man to suffer himself by a happy disposition to be gently and quietly drawn to the rule of reason. He who by a natural sweetness and facility should despise injuries received, would doubtless do a very fine and laudable thing. But he who, provoked and nettled to the quick by an offence, should fortify himself with the arms of reason against the furious appetite of revenge, and after a great conflict, master his own passion, would certainly do a great deal more. The first would do well, the latter virtuously. One action might be called goodness, and the other virtue; for methinks the very name of virtue presupposes difficulty and contention, and cannot be exercised without an opponent. 'Tis for this reason perhaps that we call God good, mighty, liberal, and just, but we do not call him virtuous, being that all his operations are natural and without endeavour. Rousseau, in his Emile, Book 5, adopts this passage almost in the same words. It has been the opinion of many philosophers, not only Stoics, but Epicureans, and this addition:
Montaigne stops here to make his excuse for thus naming the Epicureans with the Stoics, in conformity to the general opinion that the Epicureans were not so rigid in their morals as the Stoics, which is not true in the main, as he demonstrates at one view. This involved Montaigne in a tedious parenthesis, during which it is proper that the reader be attentive, that he may not entirely lose the thread of the argument. In some later editions of this author, it has been attempted to remedy this inconvenience, but without observing that Montaigne's argument is rendered more feeble and obscure by such vain repetitions. It is a license that ought not to be taken, because he who publishes the work of another ought to give it as the other composed it. But in Mr. Cotton's translation, he was so puzzled with this enormous parenthesis that he has quite left it out. Costa. I borrow from the vulgar opinion which is false, notwithstanding the witty conceit of Arcesilaus in answer to one who, being reproached that many scholars went from his school to the Epicurean, but never any from thence to his school, said in answer, I believe it indeed, numbers of capons being made out of cocks, but never any cocks out of capons. Diogenes Laertius, Life of Arcesilaus, Book 4, 43. For, in truth, the Epicurean sect is not at all inferior to the Stoic in steadiness and the rigour of opinions and precepts; and a certain Stoic, showing more honesty than those disputants, who, in order to quarrel with Epicurus, and to throw the game into their hands, make him say what he never thought, putting a wrong construction upon his words, clothing his sentences by the strict rules of grammar with another meaning, and a different opinion from that which they knew he entertained in his mind and in his morals. The Stoic, I say, declared that he abandoned the Epicurean sect upon this among other considerations, that he thought their road too lofty and inaccessible. And those are called lovers of pleasure, being in effect lovers of honour and justice, who cultivate and observe all the virtues. Cicero, Epistulae ad Familiares, 15, 1, 19. These philosophers say that it is not enough to have the soul seated in a good place, of a good temper, and well disposed to virtue. It is not enough to have our resolutions and our reasoning fixed above all the power of fortune, but that we are, moreover, to seek occasions wherein to put them to the proof. They would seek pain, necessity, and contempt to contend with them and to keep the soul in breath. Multum sibi adjicit virtus lacesita. Virtue is much strengthened by combats, or virtue attacked adds to its own force. Seneca, Epistles, 13. 'Tis one of the reasons why Epaminondas, who was yet of a third sect, the Pythagorean, refused the riches fortune presented to him by very lawful means, because, said he, I am to contend with poverty, in which extreme he maintained himself to the last. Socrates put himself, methinks, upon a ruder trial, keeping for his exercise a confounded scolding wife, which was fighting at sharps. Metellus having of all the Roman senators alone attempted, by the power of virtue, to withstand the violence of Saturninus, tribune of the people at Rome, who would by all means cause an unjust law to pass in favour of the commons, and by so doing, having incurred the capital penalties that Saturninus had established against the dissentient, entertained those who, in this extremity, led him to execution with words to this effect: that it was a thing too easy and too base to do ill, and that to do well where there was no danger was a common thing, but that to do well where there was danger was the proper office of a man of virtue. These words of Metellus very clearly represent to us what I would make out, viz., that virtue refuses facility for a companion, and that the easy, smooth, and descending way by which the regular steps of a sweet disposition of nature are conducted is not that of a true virtue. She requires a rough and stormy passage. She will have either exotic difficulties to wrestle with, like that of Metellus, by means whereof fortune delights to interrupt the speed of her career, or internal difficulties, that the inordinate appetites and imperfections of our condition introduce to disturb her. I am come thus far at my ease. But here it comes into my head that the soul of Socrates, the most perfect that ever came to my knowledge, should by this rule be of very little recommendation. For I cannot conceive in that person any the least motion of a vicious inclination. I cannot imagine there could be any difficulty or constraint in the course of his virtue. I know his reason to be so powerful and sovereign over him, that she would never have suffered a vicious appetite so much as to spring in him. To a virtue so elevated as his, I have nothing to oppose. Methinks I see him march, with a victorious and triumphant pace, in pomp and at his ease, without opposition or disturbance. If virtue cannot shine bright but by the conflict of contrary appetites, shall we then say that she cannot subsist without the assistance of vice, and that it is from her that she derives her reputation and honour? What then also would become of that brave and generous Epicurean pleasure, which makes account that it nourishes virtue tenderly in her lap, and there makes it play and wanton, giving it for toys to play withal, shame, fevers, poverty, death, and torments? If I presuppose that a perfect virtue manifests itself in contending, in patient enduring of pain, and undergoing the uttermost extremity of the gout, without being moved in her seat, if I give her troubles and difficulty for her necessary objects, what will become of a virtue elevated to such a degree as not only to despise pain, but, moreover, to rejoice in it, and to be tickled with the throes of a sharp colic, such as the Epicureans have established, and of which many of them by their actions have given most manifest proofs? As have several others, who I find to have surpassed in effects even the very rules of their discipline. Witness the younger Cato. When I see him die, and tearing out his own bowels, I am not satisfied simply to believe that he had then his soul totally exempt from all trouble and horror. I cannot think that he only maintained himself in the steadiness that the Stoical rules prescribed him, temperate, without emotion, and imperturbed. There was, methinks, something in the virtue of this man too sprightly and fresh to stop there. I believe that, without doubt, he felt a pleasure and delight in so noble an action, and was more pleased in it than in any other of his life. Sic abiit a vita, ut causam moriendi nactum se esse gauderet. He quitted life rejoicing that a reason for dying had arisen. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 1:30. I believe it so thoroughly, that I question whether he would have been content to have been deprived of the occasion of so brave an exploit; and if the goodness that made him embrace the public concern more than his own withheld me not, I should easily fall into an opinion that he thought himself obliged to fortune for having put his virtue upon so brave a trial, and for having favoured that thief, Caesar, in treading under foot the ancient liberty of his country. Methinks I read in this action I know not what exaltation in his soul, and an extraordinary and manly emotion of pleasure, when he looked upon the generosity and height of his enterprise. Deliberate morte ferocior. The more courageous from the deliberation to die. Horace, Od., i. 37, 29. Not stimulated with any hope of glory, as the popular and effeminate judgments of some have concluded, for that consideration was too mean and low to possess so generous, so haughty, and so determined a heart as his; but for the very beauty of the thing in itself, which he who had the handling of the springs discerned more clearly and in its perfection than we are able to do. Philosophy has obliged me in determining that so brave an action had been indecently placed in any other life than that of Cato, and that it only appertained to his end, so, notwithstanding, and according to reason, he commanded his son and the senators who accompanied him to take another course in their affairs. Catoni, quum incredibilem natura tribuis et gravitatem, eamque ipse perpetue constantia ruboraviset, semperque in proposito consilio permansiset moriendum potius, quam tyranni vultus aspiciendus erat. Cato, whom nature had given incredible dignity, which he had fortified by perpetual constancy, ever remaining of his predetermined opinion, preferred to die rather than to look on the countenance of a tyrant. Cicero, De Officiis, 1:31. Every death ought to hold proportion with the life before it. We do not become others for dying. I always interpret the death by the life preceding, and if any one tell me of a death strong and constant in appearance, annexed to a feeble life, I conclude it produced by some feeble cause, and suitable to the life before. The easiness then of his death, and the facility of dying he had acquired by the vigour of his soul, shall we say that it ought to abate anything of the lustre of his virtue? And who that has his brain never so little tinctured with the true philosophy can be content to imagine Socrates only free from fear and passion in the accident of his prison, fetters, and condemnation, and that will not discover in him not only firmness and constancy, which was his ordinary condition, but moreover I know not what new satisfaction and a frolic cheerfulness in his last words and actions. In the start he gave with the pleasure of scratching his leg when his irons were taken off, does he not discover an equal serenity and joy in his soul for being freed from past inconveniences, and at the same time to enter into the knowledge of the things to come? Cato shall pardon me, if he please. His death indeed is more tragical and more lingering, but yet this is, I know not how, methinks, finer. Aristippus, to one that was lamenting this death, "The gods grant me such an one," said he. A man discerns in the soul of these two great men and their imitators, for I very much doubt whether there were ever their equals, so perfect a habitude to virtue, that it was turned to a complexion. It is no longer a laborious virtue, nor the precepts of reason to maintain which the soul is so racked, but the very essence of their soul, its natural and ordinary habit. They have rendered it such by a long practice of philosophical precepts, having lit upon a rich and fine nature. The vicious passions that spring in us can find no entrance into them. The force and vigour of their soul stifle and extinguish irregular desires so soon as they begin to move. Now, that it is not more noble by a high and divine resolution to hinder the birth of temptations, and to be so formed to virtue that the very seeds of vice are rooted out, than to hinder by main force their progress; and, having suffered ourselves to be surprised with the first motions of the passions, to arm ourselves and to stand firm to oppose their progress and overcome them; and that this second effect is not also much more generous than to be simply endowed with a facile and affable nature, of itself disaffected to debauchery and vice, I do not think can be doubted. For this third and last sort of virtue seems to render a man innocent, but not virtuous; free from doing ill, but not apt enough to do well; considering also that this condition is so near neighbour to imperfection and cowardice, that I know not very well how to separate the confines and distinguish them. The very names of goodness and innocence are, for this reason, in some sort grown into contempt. I very well know that several virtues, as chastity, sobriety, and temperance, may come to a man through personal defects. Constancy in danger, if it must be so called, the contempt of death, and patience in misfortunes, may ofttimes be found in men for want of well judging of such accidents, and not apprehending them for such as they are. Want of apprehension and stupidity sometimes counterfeit virtuous effects, as I have often seen it happen, that men have been commended for what really merited blame. An Italian lord once said this in my presence, to the disadvantage of his own nation, that the subtlety of the Italians and the vivacity of their conceptions were so great, and they foresaw the dangers and accidents that might befall them so far off, that it was not to be thought strange if they were often, in war, observed to provide for their safety even before they had discovered the peril; that we French and the Spaniards, who were not so cunning, went on further, and that we must be made to see and feel the danger before we would take the alarm; but that even then we could not stick to it. But the Germans and Swiss, more gross and heavy, had not the sense to look about them, even when the blows were falling about their ears. Peradventure he talked only so for mirth's sake, and yet it is most certain that in war raw soldiers rush into dangers with more precipitancy than after they have been cudgelled. The original has escholdex, scalded. Haud ignaurus, quantum nova gloria in armis, et praedulce decus primo certamine possit. Not ignorant how much power the fresh glory of arms and sweetest honour possess in the first contest. Aeneid, 11, 154. For this reason it is that when we judge of a particular action, we are to consider the circumstances, and the whole man by whom it is performed, before we give it a name. To instance in myself, I have sometimes known my friends call that prudence in me which was merely fortune, and repute that courage and patience which was judgment and opinion, and attribute to me one title for another, sometimes to my advantage and sometimes otherwise. As to the rest, I am so far from being arrived at the first and most perfect degree of excellence, where virtue is turned into habit, that even of the second I have made no great proofs. I have not been very solicitous to curb the desires by which I have been importuned. My virtue is a virtue, or rather an innocence, casual and accidental. If I had been born of a more irregular complexion, I am afraid I should have made scurvy work, for I never observed any great stability in my soul to resist passions, if they were never so little vehement. I know not how to nourish quarrels and debates in my own bosom, and, consequently, owe myself no great thanks that I am free from several vices. Si vitiis mediocribus et mea paucis mendosa est natura, alioqui recta, velut si egregio inspersus reprehendas corpore naevos. If my nature be disfigured only with slight and few vices, and is otherwise just, it is as if you should blame moles on a fair body. Horace, Satires, 1, 6, 65. I owe it rather to my fortune than my reason. She has caused me to be descended of a race famous for integrity, and of a very good father. I know not whether or no he has infused into me part of his humours, or whether domestic examples and the good education of my infancy have insensibly assisted in the work, or if I was otherwise born so. Seu libra, seu me Scorpius adspicit, formidolosus, pars violentior, natalis hors, seu tyrannus Hesperioe Capricornus undae. Whether the balance or dread Scorpio, more potent over my natal hour, aspects me, or Capricorn supreme over the Hesperian sea. Horace, Odes, 2, 117. But so it is that I have naturally a horror for most vices. The answer of Antisthenes to him who asked him, which was the best apprenticeship to unlearn evil, seems to point at this. I have them in horror, I say, with a detestation so natural and so much my own, that the same instinct and impression I brought of them with me from my nurse I yet retain, and no temptation whatever has had the power to make me alter it. Not so much as my own discourses, which in some things lashing out of the common road might seem easily to license me to actions that my natural inclination makes me hate. I will say a prodigious thing, but I will say it however. I find myself in many things more under reputation by my manners than by my opinion, and my concupiscence less debauched than my reason. Aristippus instituted opinions so bold in favour of pleasure and riches as set all the philosophers against him. But as to his manners, Dionysius the tyrant, having presented 3 beautiful women before him to take his choice, he made answer that he would choose them all, and that Paris got himself into trouble for having preferred one before the other 2, but having taken them home to his house, he sent them back untouched. His servant, finding himself overladen upon the way with the money he carried after him, he ordered him to pour out and throw away that which troubled him. And Epicurus, whose doctrines were so irreligious and effeminate, was in his life very laborious and devout. He wrote to a friend of his that he lived only upon biscuit and water, entreating him to send him a little cheese, to lie by him against he had a mind to make a feast. Must it be true that to be a perfect good man, we must be so by an occult, natural, and universal propriety, without law, reason, or example? The debauches wherein I have been engaged have not been, I thank God, of the worst sort, and I have condemned them in myself, for my judgment was never infected by them. On the contrary, I accuse them more severely in myself than in any other, but that is all, for as to the rest, I oppose too little resistance, and suffer myself to incline too much to the other side of the balance, excepting that I moderate them, and prevent them from mixing with other vices, which for the most part will cling together, if a man have not a care. I have contracted and curtailed mine, to make them as single and simple as I can. Nec ultra errorem foveo. Nor do I cherish error further, or nor carry wrong further. Juvenal, 8, 164. For as to the opinion of the Stoics, who say that the wise man when he works by all the virtues together, though one be most apparent, according to the nature of the action; and herein the similitude of a human body might serve them somewhat, for the action of anger cannot work unless all the humours assist it, though choler predominate. If they will thence draw a like consequence, that when the wicked man does wickedly, he does it by all the vices together, I do not believe it to be so, or else I understand them not, for I by effect find the contrary. These are sharp unsubstantial subtleties with which philosophy sometimes amuses itself. I follow some vices, but I fly others as much as a saint would do. The Peripatetics also disown this indissoluble connection, and Aristotle is of opinion that a prudent and just man may be intemperate and inconsistent. Socrates confessed to some who had discovered a certain inclination to vice in his physiognomy, that it was, in truth, his natural propension, but that he had by discipline corrected it. And such as were familiar with the philosopher Stilpo said, that being born with addiction to wine and women, he had by study rendered himself very abstinent both from the one and the other. What I have in me of good, I have, quite contrary, by the chance of my birth, and hold it not either by law, precept, or any other instruction. The innocence that is in me is a simple one. Little vigour and no art. Amongst other vices, I mortally hate cruelty, both by nature and judgment, as the very extreme of all vices; nay, with so much tenderness that I cannot see a chicken's neck pulled off without trouble, and cannot without impatience endure the cry of a hare in my dog's teeth, though the chase be a violent pleasure. Such as have sensuality to encounter freely make use of this argument, to shew that it is altogether vicious and unreasonable, that when it is at the height, it masters us to that degree that a man's reason can have no access, and instance our own experience in the act of love. Quum iam praesagit gaudia corpus, atque in eo est Venus, ut muliebria concedat arva. Lucretius, 4, 1099. Wherein they conceive that the pleasure so transports us, that our reason cannot perform its office whilst we are in such ecstasy and rapture. I know very well it may be otherwise, and that a man may sometimes, if he will, gain this point over himself to sway his soul, even in the critical moment, to think of something else; but then he must ply it to that bent. I know that a man may triumph over the utmost effort of this pleasure. I have experienced it in myself, and have not found Venus so imperious a goddess as many, and much more virtuous men than I declare. I do not consider it a miracle, as the Queen of Navarre does in one of the tales of her Heptameron, Vous gentil livre pour son estoffe, which is a very pretty book of its kind; nor for a thing of extreme difficulty to pass whole nights, where a man has all the convenience and liberty he can desire, with a long coveted mistress, and yet be true to the pledge first given, to satisfy himself with kisses and such like endearments, without pressing any further. I conceive that the example of the pleasure of the chase would be more proper; wherein though the pleasure be less, there is the higher excitement of unexpected joy, giving no time for the reason taken by surprise to prepare itself for the encounter, when after a long quest the beast starts up on a sudden in a place where peradventure we least expected it. The shock and the ardour of the shouts and cries of the hunters so strike us, that it would be hard for those who love this lesser chase to turn their thoughts upon the instant another way; and the poets make Diana triumph over the torch and shafts of Cupid. Quis non malarum quas amor curas habet, haec inter obliviscitur. Who, amongst such delights, would not remove out of his thoughts the anxious cares of love? Horace, Epodes, ii. 37. To return to what I was saying before, I am tenderly compassionate of others' afflictions, and should readily cry for company, if upon any occasion whatever I could cry at all. Nothing tempts my tears but tears, and not only those that are real and true, but whatever they are, feigned or painted. I do not much lament the dead, and should envy them rather, but I very much lament the dying. The savages do not so much offend me in roasting and eating the bodies of the dead, as they do who torment and persecute the living. Nay, I cannot look so much as upon the ordinary executions of justice, how reasonable soever, with a steady eye. Some one having to give testimony of Julius Caesar's clemency, he was, says he, mild in his revenges, having compelled the pirates to yield by whom he had before been taken prisoner and put to ransom, forasmuch as he had threatened them with the cross, he indeed condemned them to it, but it was after they had been first strangled. He punished his secretary Philemon, who had attempted to poison him, with no greater severity than mere death. Without naming that Latin author, Suetonius, Life of Cassae, 174, who thus dares to allege as a testimony of mercy the killing only of those by whom we have been offended, it is easy to guess that he was struck with the horrid and inhuman examples of cruelty practised by the Roman tyrants. For my part, even in justice itself, all that exceeds a simple death appears to me pure cruelty, especially in us who ought, having regard to their souls, to dismiss them in a good and calm condition, which cannot be when we have agitated them by insufferable torments. Not long since, a soldier who was a prisoner, perceiving from a tower where he was shut up that the people began to assemble to the place of execution, and that the carpenters were busy erecting a scaffold, he presently concluded that the preparation was for him, and therefore entered into a resolution to kill himself, but could find no instrument to assist him in his design except an old rusty cart nail that fortune presented to him. With this he first gave himself 2 great wounds about his throat, but finding these would not do, he presently afterwards gave himself a 3rd in the belly, where he left the nail sticking up to the head. The first of his keepers who came in found him in this condition, yet alive, but sunk down and exhausted by his wounds. To make use of time, therefore, before he should die, they made haste to read his sentence, which having done, and he hearing that he was only condemned to be beheaded, he seemed to take new courage, accepted wine which he had before refused, and thanked his judges for the unhoped for mildness of their sentence, saying that he had taken a resolution to dispatch himself for fear of a more severe and insupportable death, having entertained an opinion, by the preparations he had seen in the place, that they were resolved to torment him with some horrible execution, and seemed to be delivered from death in having it changed from what he apprehended. I should advise that those examples of severity by which 'tis designed to retain the people in their duty might be exercised upon the dead bodies of criminals. For to see them deprived of sepulture, to see them boiled and divided into quarters, would almost work as much upon the vulgar as the pain they make the living endure, though that in effect be little or nothing, as God himself says, who kill the body, and after that have no more that they can do. Luke 12:4. And the poets singularly dwell upon the horrors of this picture as something worse than death. Hiu reliquias semiustas regis denudatis ossibus per terram sanie delibutas foede divexarier. Alas, that the half-burnt remains of the king, exposing his bones, should be foully dragged along the ground besmeared with gore. Cicero, Tusculanae Quaestiones, 144. I happened to come by one day accidentally at Rome, just as they were upon executing Catena, a notorious robber. He was strangled without any emotion of the spectators, but when they came to cut him in quarters, the hangman gave not a blow that the people did not follow with a doleful cry and exclamation, as if every one had lent his sense of feeling to the miserable carcass. Those inhuman excesses ought to be exercised upon the bark, and not upon the quick. Artaxerxes, in almost a like case, moderated the severity of the ancient laws of Persia, ordaining that the nobility who had committed a fault, instead of being whipped as they were used to be, should be stripped only, and their clothes whipped for them; and that whereas they were wont to tear off their hair, they should only take off their high-crowned tiara. Plutarch, Notable Sayings of the Ancient King. The so devout Egyptians thought they sufficiently satisfied the divine justice by sacrificing hogs in effigy and representation, a bold invention to pay God so essential a substance in picture only and in show. I live in a time wherein we abound in incredible examples of this vice, through the license of our civil wars, and we see nothing in ancient histories more extreme than what we have proof of every day, but I cannot, any the more, get used to it. I could hardly persuade myself, before I saw it with my eyes, that there could be found souls so cruel and fell, who, for the sole pleasure of murder, would commit it, would hack and lop off the limbs of others, sharpen their wits to invent unusual torments and new kinds of death, without hatred, without profit, and for no other end but only to enjoy the pleasant spectacle of the gestures and motions, the lamentable groans and cries of a man dying in anguish. For this is the utmost point to which cruelty can arrive. Ut homo hominem non iratus, non timens, tantum spectaturus occidat. That a man should kill a man, not being angry, not in fear, only for the sake of the spectacle. Seneca, Epistles, 90. For my own part, I cannot without grief see so much as an innocent beast pursued and killed that has no defence, and from which we have received no offence at all; and that which frequently happens, that the stag we hunt, finding himself weak and out of breath, and seeing no other remedy, surrenders himself to us who pursue him, imploring mercy by his tears. Questuque cruentus atque imploranti similis. Who, bleeding, by his tears seems to crave mercy. Aeneid, 7, 501. Has ever been to me a very unpleasing sight, and I hardly ever take a beast alive that I do not presently turn out again. Pythagoras bought them of fishermen and fowlers to do the same. Primoque accaede ferarum, in caluisse puto maculatum sanguiniferum. I think 'twas slaughter of wild beasts that first stained the steel of man with blood. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 15, 106. Those natures that are sanguinary towards beasts discover a natural proneness to cruelty. After they had accustomed themselves at Rome to spectacles of the slaughter of animals, they proceeded to those of the slaughter of men, of gladiators. Nature has herself, I fear, imprinted in man a kind of instinct to inhumanity. Nobody takes pleasure in seeing beasts play with and caress one another, but every one is delighted with seeing them dismember and tear one another to pieces. And that I may not be laughed at for the sympathy I have with them, theology itself enjoins us some favour in their behalf; and considering that one and the same master has lodged us together in this palace for his service, and that they, as well as we, are of his family, it has reason to enjoin us some affection and regard to them. Pythagoras borrowed the metempsychosis from the Egyptians, but it has since been received by several nations, and particularly by our Druids. Morte carent animae, semperque priore relicta sede novis domibus vivunt, habitantque receptae. Souls never die, but, having left their former seat, live and are received into new homes. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 15, 158. The religion of our ancient Gauls maintained that souls, being eternal, never ceased to remove and shift their places from one body to another, mixing moreover with this fancy some consideration of divine justice; for, according to the deportments of the soul, whilst it had been in Alexander, they said that God assigned it another body to inhabit, more or less painful, and proper for its condition. Muta ferarum cogit vincula pati, truculentos ingerit ursis, praedonesque lupis, fallaces vulpibus adit, atque ubi per varios annos per mille figuras eget letaeo purgatus flumine, tandem rursus ad humanae revocat primordia formae. He makes them wear the silent chains of brutes; the bloodthirsty souls he encloses in bears, the thieves in wolves, the deceivers in foxes, where, after successive years and 1,000 forms, man had spent his life, and after purgation in Lethe's flood, at last he restores them to the primordial human shapes. Claudian, in Rufinum, 2, 482. If it had been valiant, he lodged it in the body of a lion; if voluptuous, in that of a hog; if timorous, in that of a hart or hare; if malicious, in that of a fox, and so of the rest, till, having purified it by this chastisement, it again entered into the body of some other man. Ipse ego nam memini, Trojani, tempore belli, Pantoides, Euphoribus eram. For I myself remember that, in the days of the Trojan war, I was Euphorbus, son of Pantheus. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 15, 160. And see Diogenes Laertius, Life of Pythagoras. As to the relationship betwixt us and beasts, I do not much admit of it, nor of that which several nations and those among the most ancient and most noble have practised, who have not only received brutes into their society and companionship, but have given them a rank infinitely above themselves, esteeming them one while familiars and favourites of the gods, and having them in more than human reverence and respect. Others acknowledged no other god or divinity than they. Belluxa barbaris propter beneficium consecratae. Beasts, out of opinion of some benefit received by them, were consecrated by barbarians. Cicero, De Natura Deorum, 1, 36. Crocodilon adorat pars haec, illa pavet saturam serpentibus ibin, effigies sacri hic nitet aurea cercopithici, his piscem fluminis illic oppida tota canem venerantur. This place adores the crocodile, another dreads the ibis, feeder on serpents. Here shines the golden image of the sacred ape. Here men venerate the fish of the river. There whole towns worship a dog. Juvenal, 15, 2. And the very interpretation that Plutarch gives to this error, which is very well conceived, is advantageous to them. For he says that it was not the cat or the ox, for example, that the Egyptians adored, but that they, in those beasts, adored some image of the divine faculties, in this patience and utility, in that vivacity, or, as with our neighbours, the Burgundians and all the Germans, impatience to see themselves shut up, by which they represented liberty, which they loved and adored above all other godlike attributes, and so of the rest. But when, amongst the more moderate opinions, I meet with arguments that endeavour to demonstrate the near resemblance betwixt us and animals, how large a share they have in our greatest privileges, and with how much probability they compare us together, truly I abate a great deal of our presumption, and willingly resign that imaginary sovereignty that is attributed to us over other creatures. But supposing all this were not true, there is nevertheless a certain respect, a general duty of humanity, not only to beasts that have life and sense, but even to trees and plants. We owe justice to men, and graciousness and benignity to other creatures that are capable of it. There is a certain commerce and mutual obligation betwixt them and us. Nor shall I be afraid to confess the tenderness of my nature so childish, that I cannot well refuse to play with my dog, when he the most unseasonably importunes me to do so. The Turks have alms and hospitals for beasts. The Romans had public care to the nourishment of geese, by whose vigilance their capital had been preserved. The Athenians made a decree that the mules and moils which had served at the building of the temple called Hecatompedon should be free, and suffered to pasture at their own choice, without hindrance. The Agrigentines had a common use solemnly to inter the beasts they had a kindness for, as horses of some rare quality, dogs, and useful birds, and even those that had only been kept to divert their children. And the magnificence that was ordinary with them in all other things also particularly appeared in the sumptuosity and numbers of monuments erected to this end, and which remained in their beauty several ages after. The Egyptians buried wolves, bears, crocodiles, dogs, and cats in sacred places, embalmed their bodies, and put on mourning at their death. Cimon gave an honourable sepulture to the mares with which he had 3 times gained the prize of the course at the Olympic games. The ancient Xantippus caused his dog to be interred on an eminence near the sea, which has ever since retained the name. And Plutarch says, that he had a scruple about selling for a small profit to the slaughterer an ox that had been long in his service. End of Section 12.